A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious. That is the famous mantra of the late founding president and father of the nation, Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma, who passed away on the 8th of February 2025 at the age of 95. Good morning and welcome. This is Good Morning Namibia. I'm Ilago Shitatala, and we continue to pay homage to the late president.
My name is Lawson Tabanamata, and it's a pleasure to be in your company again this morning. As Ilago indicated, we continue to pay tribute, that is to the gallant son of the soil who has said goodbye. But as we all know, various speakers who have indicated he might have died, but his soul lives on, and legends never die.
Indeed, legends never die. And the Namibian government has, of course, accorded the late founding president a state funeral, and that meant that also the memorial services are being held across 7 regions, that is with the casket, but all regions are instructed to host memorial services. We have so far covered 4 regions. We started at Etunda, that is last week, Thursday, and that covered the regions within the northern region, specifically Omusati and the surrounding areas. And then thereafter, the casket and the process continued all the way to the Ohangwena region. After that, the memorial continued to the Kavango East regions, particularly in Rundu, and yesterday we saw the memorial service taking place in the Zambezi region. Yes,
that's of course indeed covering 4 regional memorials so far, but we also saw yesterday that they did host a memorial service here in Komas. It's not part of the official 7 regions, but however they did host something at the same Nujoma Stadium in remembrance of the founding president. I also saw in terms of NBC's digital news coverage that there was also a memorial that was hosted in the Hardap region. Not official though, but still continuing to have some memorial services.
Yes. No, I believe the memorial services are official. It's just that because the casket will not be arriving in those regions, the regions are expected to host memorial services because of logistical issues and time constraints. The casket will not be able to travel to all the regions, but all regions were expected to have memorial services. However, if you do want to go and pay your last respects and you find yourself within the country of Namibia, you can also just follow the schedule of where the memorial services are taking place. And if you find yourself close to one of the 7 regions, you're welcome to go and attend, and also just perhaps pay your final respects, that is to the late founding president.
Indeed, we saw hundreds, if not thousands, of mourners there attend, especially alongside the road in the various regions, definitely saying goodbye, waving. Yes. Some are crying, some are saluting, some are bowing, you know, all sorts of, displays that they are showing. Really, the remarkable sight is those who are probably still in primary school or in high school who have, by the time they were born, he was no longer president, possibly, or was in his last term, but also highlighting the significance that he has played towards the liberation and independence of Namibia. And, I mean, Namibians, perhaps we knew this day was coming. It's going to come eventually, the issues of life, but perhaps we were not ready to accept that it will come eventually.
Yes, and I mean, one can never be ready for a time like this, regardless of the circumstances around it. Like many are saying that at the age of 95, one has lived and has been blessed long enough on this earth. Yet, one would expect that if it was possible to live longer than 95, to live longer than 100 to 200, that is what you would wish for someone that you really love and someone that you really, that has had such a great impact on society and the country. Looking at also just how Namibians have been showing up a lot, looking at the memorial services that took place in Rundu, it was rainy. The procession, the military route procession, was taking place during a time when the heavens were pouring. Yet Namibians stood fast in that region. They stood by the roads. They were waving their flags. Of course, singing those songs of goodbye and songs of praise for the life that the man who was the founding president has lived. And it was just beautiful to see that regardless of the circumstances, Namibians understand that this is the only chance that we have to pay our last respects, and they are taking it on really strong.
Indeed, I mean, as you rightfully put it, you know, human beings, I think one thing that we have not yet come to terms with is that we are handed by the vastness of immortality. We don't want to accept it, even though I think when you say try to rationalize it, we can never rationalize it. But indeed, you are correct that Namibians came out in numbers, paid their tributes, paid their respect. I saw particularly the young men that's in Kavango East region, that's the third memorial service that was earmarked for both Kavango East and Kavango West, where they were also able to raise approximately 31,000 for the young men who allegedly traveled 200 kilometers close to Nkurenkuru, from the Nkurenkuru areas to attend the memorial service, indeed indicating that, you know, he wanted to see the man who was described in history books and come and say his goodbye. Indeed, inspiring, and that may we all continue to thrive to see if we can be able to match in his shoes. Yesterday we had an engagement with Pastor Max Mahwan, who indicated, say, even if we try and do so many things, we can never thank him enough. And him and his other colleagues that, you know, paved the way for our independence. We can only try.
We can only try. And the story of the young man or the young boy, who the 13-year-old, is really profound. In fact, yesterday, when Dishishi engaged the governor, Bonifacius Wakudumo, during the breakfast program, the governor indicated that 32,500 was raised by the morning, and in fact, more funds were coming in. So I'm sure that number has probably increased even more to this day. And I also really appreciate the fact that this money is going to go towards his education, seeing that he was unable to continue his education and had to drop out. But the fact that this is information he receives, this is information that he received from his grandparents. He says that it's his grandmother that shared the story of the late founding president to him. And this is a story that touched him so much, and he felt that he really needed to be in the presence of this late founding president and to pay his last respects, even though it's during a time where he is no longer there, of course.
Indeed, we could go so much on about what we've been seeing in terms of these military processions and the official regional memorials, but we have a program lineup which we would be sharing with you. We know that the procession departs from Mpacha Airport in Katima Mulilo at 9 o'clock this morning and is expected to arrive at the Grootfontein Air Base at 12 o'clock noon. Now, the procession will continue to D30 Road and then to D30 Road and proceed to Kavango Road and then to Nujoma Street. The procession then proceeds from Mulunga Stadium for the memorial service in Grootfontein, that is for the 5th regional memorial that will be taking place in the Otjozondjupa region, that is also aimed at catering for as well as Oshikoto region.
That's correct, John. And in addition to that, we will be crossing over to our various reporters this morning as they are in the surrounding areas, those that are at the Mpacha Airport and those that are at Grootfontein, just looking at the preparedness going around, especially those in Grootfontein, what the preparedness looks like and whether they are ready to receive the procession. And Mpacha Airport, what was the night like? We know that the body laid in state during the entire evening, and the public was welcome to come and view the body of the late founding president. So it will be nice to also find out what that process looked like.
Indeed, in the end, to conclude the first hour, we'll be speaking to Salome Kambala, who formed part of the Voices of Namibia, a radio station that played a pivotal role in Namibia's liberation struggle.
Well, that is what's coming up this morning. Please stay tuned. But first, we will bring you the first news headlines, followed by your weather and traffic update.
Now, residents of Ohangwena, parts of Oshikoto and surrounding areas paid tribute on Friday to the late founding president, Nujoma, at the Nana Sports Stadium. Now, the Nana Sports Complex was filled to the brim with thousands of Namibians who made their way there from as early as 6 o'clock. Now, to ensure their participation in the proceeding of paying tribute to the country's fallen leader. Now, in a speech read on his behalf, President Angolo Mumba lauded the late Nuyoma's leadership.
In more local news, various church denominations gathered at the Restoration Center in the capital to honor and celebrate the life of the late founding president and father of the nation. Speakers at the event highlighted his contributions to the country's freedom, expressing gratitude for his fearless leadership and dedication to peace and unity. The church leaders reaffirmed their commitment to building on his foundation of harmony and nation building. The executive chairperson of Alliance of Christian Churches, Dolly Ngushe, urged Namibians to uphold the late leader's legacy of selflessness and work toward making the country a beacon of hope. Professor Oladele Arwolo, who worked with him for a decade, described him as a man of peace and justice, emphasizing his role in shaping a strong governance system and workable constitution.
Now moving beyond our borders, now heavy rains killed 7 in Botswana. Now President Duma Boko placed the death toll due to the flooding at 7 as floods, water submerged roads and damaged residential neighborhoods. So schools were also expected to close as more rains are expected.
The heavy rains in Botswana's capital city, Gaborone, have resulted in flooding in many areas. The floods have resulted in road closures, leading to intense traffic and chaos as citizens attempt to make it home safely. Authorities have reported significant disruptions to transportation networks as major roads remain impassable due to standing water. The dangerous conditions have also resulted in schools being shut down. Homes and businesses have suffered extensive damage, and residents in low-lying areas have been particularly affected, with some forced to evacuate their homes. Various entities and organizations, including the Botswana-China Friendship Association, have reached out to the Botswana government to donate food and other goods for the affected people. The Botswana government has warned that the country will continue to experience heavy rains until at least the end of February, raising concerns over further flooding in already affected areas.
In sport news, the Namibia Sports Commission bid farewell to 2 netball players selected to train in Singapore to gain international experience. Despite only Mwale Mulunasamwe being present at the send-off, her teammate Cornelia Mupenda will join her en route to Singapore next week. The event took place at the Namibia Sports Commission offices in Eros, with Sports Administrator Freddie Muya overseeing the send-off. Mupenda was unable to attend the briefing as she is currently in South Africa for her studies. Both players were selected for this opportunity after participating in the AUSC Games last year in Australia.
Taking a look at those expected weather conditions, now heavy to moderate storms are expected in the northeast, Otjozondjupa and parts of the Thomas region, spreading to the Omaeke regions with flash floods in places. Please take the necessary precautions. Now, in terms of the interior, it will be partly cloudy and very hot in the south and northwest with a few thunder showers, elsewhere partly cloudy and warm to hot with isolated thunder showers but scattered in the northeast, Otjozondjupa and parts of the Thomas region. Now the coast will be partly cloudy and warm with showers over the central parts, while the wind will be moderate to fresh northeasterly. In terms of the tides, we expect a low tide at 8 minutes past 7 this morning and a high tide at 25 minutes past 1 in the afternoon, and another low tide at 29 minutes past 7 in the evening. Sunrise will be at 6:45 this morning in the capital, and sunset is expected at 23 minutes past 7 in the evening. Now let's take a look at your expected minimum and maximum temperatures across the various towns in Namibia.
Welcome back. It's now time for us to find out what the traffic matters look like in the capital city. And for that, I'm joined by Constable Rosalinde Shikongo to give us that update. And she's from the City Police Public Relations and Community Policing section. Good morning and welcome, Constable.
Good morning, Ella. How are you this morning?
I'm doing very well, thank you so much. How's the morning? It's raining in the capital city.
Very much. It's a beautiful weather on a Monday morning. Yes. Let me start off with our traffic update and our road condition this morning. On the western suburb, that is the Katutura Komasao area, we had the road closure of Abramashego, the portion between Eneas Peter Nanyamba and Claudius Kandovadu. We also have Winnie Madigizela Madela, the portion between Claudius Kandovadu and Eneas Peter Nanyamba, as well as Eneas Peter Nanyamba into Omulunga Street. These portions of the road are closed due to constructions that are taking place at the area. On the traffic light in the western suburb, we have Eneas Peter Nanyamba and Reverend B.G. Karaera. These traffic lights are also completely off due to construction. However, we have our traffic officer at the point to assist with the traffic flow. Over to the eastern suburbs, we have road closure. That is a slipway into Hosea Kutako from Independence Avenue. It's closed due to construction. We have Casino Street in the CBD. It has been closed for a while now on both sides due to construction. There is no entry. Otherwise, there is no any accident or obstruction reported at this point in time. However, we just caution our motorists that looking at the fact that it's raining this morning, most of the intersections might be malfunctioning. We urge them to drive with caution so that we avoid accident or crashes, as well as to avoid congestion. If you are late, don't rush. Stick to being late to avoid unnecessary. Coming to the message of the day, we are reflecting to the past weekend.
Okay.
So we are pleased to announce that this past weekend, our motorists demonstrated improved responsibility. Although we have few cases of drink and drive, it really shows, compared to other weekends, it really showed an improvement. However, even if we have these cases, we also experience accidents where pedestrians were involved. So meaning pedestrians, no matter how we educate them, they are also becoming a problem now. So I just want to urge our drivers also to stay alert, stick to speed limit and use to pedestrian where it's necessary. And also for pedestrians, they must always cross the road at a designated place. And they must avoid using things that are distracting them, that you will not hear a vehicle hooting at you, especially using of cellular phones.
While, and headphones.
Yes, while you are walking near the traffic. Moving on to crimes of concern, robbery stood out this past weekend. We have experienced, or we have recorded quite rise in the numbers of robbery, where people are being attacked with pangas, with knife, or they are being physically overpowered and they are robbed of their valuables. So we also just encourage the community to please avoid walking in dark corners, avoid taking shortcuts in the river because you are risking your life, if not your property. We also picked up cases where public transportation drivers, Yanko drivers, taxi drivers are being robbed by the customers they are picking. You are picking up a person, take me from CBD to Katutura, without knowing that the person you loaded is a criminal. So we urge them to please, if they suspect something, run for their life and call the police immediately. Don't take a risk. Don't let someone to divert you into dark corners using shortcuts that you could risk yourself and risk your life. So that is basically it from our side. Just call upon the public to continue, as they have been doing, calling the police where they need help, where they are suspecting something might not be quite good. Our toll-free number is still the same, that is 0613023302, or otherwise send us an SMS on our SMS line, which is 4444. That's all from our side this morning.
Constable, we appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was our traffic update, and this morning it was brought to us by Constable Rosalinde Shikongo. She is from the City Police Public Relations and Community Policing Section. Now we are going to take a look at the message that was delivered by the Minister of Information and Communication Technology, that is Emma Theophilus, just giving us an update on how the memorial service that was held in Zambezi region yesterday concluded and what is expected for the memorial service taking place in Otjozondjupa region today. Let's take a look.
Dear fellow Namibians, dear mourners, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Namibia, I would like to sincerely thank and appreciate all the Namibian citizens for cooperating with the government and the Nujoma family in paying homage and bidding farewell to a national icon, our founding president, the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. We are currently halfway through our regional memorial services being conducted across the country. And I'm honored once again to share an update on the military route procession that will undertake as the remains of our founding president leaves Katima Mulilo in the Zambezi region and being flown to Grootfontein in the Otjozondjupa region for the memorial service to take place there. This is the following. After the memorial service has concluded in Zambezi and the remains of our founding president has laid in state at the Katima Mulilo Sports Stadium, it is expected that the following day, on the 24th of February 2025, the remains will proceed to the Mpacha Airport at 9 a.m., where it will be flown to the Grootfontein Air Base and scheduled to arrive at 11 a.m. This is the procession from the Grootfontein Air Base to the Umulunga Stadium, where the memorial service will happen. First, at 12 p.m., the remains will move from the Grootfontein Air Base to the D830 road. Thereafter, it will proceed to the Kavango Road, and then to the Nujoma Street, and then finally, the last leg would be from the Nujoma Street to the Umulunga Stadium. It is expected that the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Chief Mourner will be represented by the Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia. The memorial service is expected to start promptly as the remains arrive at the Umulunga Stadium around 12:30 p.m. And we urge once again for citizens to attend the memorial service and pay their final respects to His Excellency, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. May the revolutionary spirit of our president, our national icon, continue to rest in peace.
Welcome back now as we continue to pay tribute to the late founding president. We're now speaking to Salome Kambala, who was part of the Voices of Namibian group of the liberation struggle veterans, which played a pivotal role in Namibia's fight for independence by broadcasting political messages across Africa through the Voice of Namibia. Now, this operated through Angola, Congo-Brazzaville, Lusaka in Zambia, Harare in Zimbabwe, Dar es Salaam, and Algeria, as they utilize external lines from national broadcasters to amplify the liberation struggle without financial compensation, but through the solidarity of host nations. We now engage Salome Kambala, a veteran of the liberation struggle and a producer and presenter for Voice of Namibia, to take us through the role that the Voice of Namibia played in that part towards the liberation struggle. Good morning, ma'am, and welcome to the program.
Good morning.
It's our pleasure to host you this morning under the circumstances that we are engaging.
Oh, thank you so much.
Now, the Voice of Namibia, especially when it comes to many Namibians, especially the born-frees, who might not have an idea what it was all about and what role it played during the Namibian liberation or the struggle for liberation. How would you sum it up, and how would you educate specifically those that are born after independence on what the Voice of Namibia was?
Well, you are very much right that the young generation of our country would not know the role the Voice of Namibia played during the liberation struggle. The Voice of Namibia was a SWAPO radio producing different political messages targeting the country, Namibia, to mobilize the masses inside Namibia and to make sure that they do understand why SWAPO as a movement was fighting the liberation of this country. Now, just to give you a little bit historical background, the Voice of Namibia itself was actually the idea of the founding father. And it started in Tanganyika, that is Tanzania now. The reason is the founding president found it necessary that the war of the liberation struggle should not be fought only using the arms, but it should be divided into different things so that the voices are many. So we had the armed liberation struggle at the front, fighting against the Boers, the colonial regime. And then we also had solidarity that is international now. As you know that SWAPO had different camps. And in that camps, there were children, there were women, and there were also people who were injured, who are coming from the battlefields. They were also kept there. And therefore, those people need food, they need clothing, they need medicine. So we also had a platform of solidarity international. Then I'll come now why the Voice of Namibia was established. The Voice of Namibia now, and you are right, those countries which you mentioned, that's where we were given then an opportunity for us to broadcast the political messages that we're targeting the audience inside the country.
Okay. But specifically, perhaps yesterday we had an engagement with one of the directors, that is Hela Ondadi. But let's talk about how you came involved in the Voices of Namibia broadcast.
As an individual, I joined the Voice of Namibia in 1984. I have just completed my studies from the UK, where SWAPO sent me to go and study journalism. And then, upon arrival, I completed my course because Namibia, that time, it was not independent. So once you complete your studies, you still have to come back to the camps. So I came to Angola, and I was with all the comrades in Angola. And at that particular time, Comrade Hidipo Hamtenya was the Secretary for Information, SWAPO Secretary of Information. And they needed somebody who can be able to translate into Rukwangari. And I speak Kwangari. So they recruited me now to join the Voice of Namibia. So I started the Voice of Namibia in Luanda using Radio Nacional de Angola. That's where we are broadcasting. We were many. We were together with Dr. Charles Mobita, Sakina Mugongo, Kangwaya Mnime, Esther Anakare, so many of them. So we were now based in Rwanda, Angola. And then 1985, myself, I was transferred to come and broadcast in Lusaka, Zambia, where I stayed a year. And then again, I was transferred to Harare, Zimbabwe, where I stayed almost 3 years. Upon independence, I came from Harare, Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe to Namibia.
When the repatriation started.
Okay. But you know, you talked about the fact that these political messages were transmitted through different African countries. Let's talk about how they were transmitted. Is it because you were given a frequency, you were given access to equipment, or how did that take place?
Again, we have to appreciate the founding father. The founding father usually is the one who speaks to other presidents of different countries in anything. So in this, on our side for Voice of Namibia, he spoke also to presidents of independent countries, and then to tell them that, look, we need to mobilize our masses inside Namibia to understand the war of liberation. Why are we waging this war? And therefore help us so that you can give us some frequencies within your independent broadcasting, national broadcastings in your country. And wherever he went, like for example, you mentioned Angola, Luanda, we were given frequencies to broadcast using external services of that particular stations. We also have in Congo Brazzaville, the same thing in Lusaka, Zambia, the same thing in Harare, Zimbabwe, and Algeria, and also Egypt. Those were the foundations of the Voice of Namibia itself. So he spoke and he asked through solidarity for their help. And hence we were given hours to broadcast within the setup of the national broadcasters of a particular country.
Okay. Now, talking about that, we also understand that your broadcast carried powerful messages of resistance, unity. You talked about the vision of a free Namibia, and your efforts to ultimately led to the contribution of the integration of SWAP, that is Southwestern African Broadcasting Corporation, into the NBC that we are having today, and where we are right now, shaping the nation's media landscape post-independence. Talk to us about the contributions that you and your comrades have made towards eventually the integration of then that broadcast that was there into the emergence of NBC that we have today.
You know, everything we dedicated to the founding father of our country. While we are in exile, the founding president was always emphasizing the importance of training and also to go to school, more especially the young generation within the struggle at that particular time. And his vision was that, what if independence comes tomorrow and we have not prepared these young people in different types of studies and fields? So for us now, the Voice of Namibia particular, we were raised and taught in a way that once Namibia gets independence, we can be able to be part of the national broadcast of the country. And therefore, 1989, when repatriation took place, for us now to come back home, immediately when we came, our group our group, was already attached then to SWAPO. And when we came in, it was still SWAPO. And then we went a lot of challenges because the people now who were part of the SWAPO, who were producers of programs, presenters, and even who were directing the SWAPO at that particular time, were coming from colonial regime, and they were not happy that this Voice of Namibia, which used to broadcast outside the country, now are coming to join SWAPO. So, but the president, the founding father, taught us to say, there's a policy of national reconciliation. Wherever you are going to be, remember reconciliation. We are not going to give back or come in with a different attitudes, but you come in so that you are integrated on the program that you find there. So what happened now is we were attached to SWAPO, and then, as you know, that Namibia now is getting independence in that particular year, everything cannot be called Southwest Africa anymore. So we now transformed SWAPO to National Broadcasting Corporation, which is NBC, so that it relates with the independence of our country. And we were part, and we witnessed the transformation of SWAPO into NBC.
Indeed, very historical moments there. Now, were there any specific speeches, significant speeches or moments that stood out for you in the history of Voices of Namibia that perhaps if you had to say this is number one?
Yes, there is. During our broadcast through Voice of Namibia radio, we now came across and got a directive from the leaders that we should emphasize so much in all our programs, focusing on Resolution 435 of 1978. That resolution was an important resolution because it's the one which is leading for Namibia to get independence. It was a UN resolution passed, and we should explain it to the Namibian people, more especially inside the country, for them to understand it. And Resolution 435 meant the South African army should also put down their arms down. And SWAPO also put their arms down. So that then Namibia can have the United Nations soldiers who are coming in so that they can supervise the Namibian election. And that was a directive so that we change our programs for us to focus on Resolution 435, what it meant and what is the vision of regarding Namibian independence. That stood out for me so much because most of our programs then, we were just dedicated for the implementation of Resolution 435 of 1978.
Well, Madam Salome, I think we could continue with this conversation and speak so much about the role that especially the media played that is in political liberation, so much impact, so much history to share, but unfortunately we're out of time. But however, thank you so much. But I think before we leave, maybe just one final question to use it. What would be your message to perhaps a nation during this time of mourning, specifically to the family of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma?
Well, we are all mourning. Comrades, President Sam Nujoma was a father to all of us. We have seen him, his work during the liberation struggle. We have seen his achievement after the struggle. He's a unifier. He was a legend. He was a father to the whole country. And as we are mourning him, we should remember his spirit, and we should always remember his legacy, that Namibia must be united, and people must be respectful to one another. And we say, may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Madam Kamala. Now, that was Salome Kambala, who's a veteran of the liberation struggle, a producer and presenter of then Voice of Namibia, talking to us about experience and the role of media in political liberations. Now, stay tuned. When we return, we get to share more news with you.
We invited women to try a 2-in-1 clear product, but first we asked them, do you mix dish oil into your cream for extra nourishment?
Welcome back. We are now crossing over to Faith Sankwasa, who's currently at the Mulunga Stadium in Grootfontein, where the 5th Regional Memorial Service is expected to be taking place later. Good morning, Faith, and it's over to you.
Okay. Yes, good morning. We are at Mulunga Stadium in Grootfontein, where the Regional Memorial Service will be happening today. With me today, I'll be talking to the Otjozondjupa Governor, James Weriko, to take us through the preparedness since Monday, when the committee started meeting, culminating to where we are right now. Honorable Governor, good morning.
Good morning, Faith Sankwasa, indeed. Good morning, dear viewers, the whole Republic of Namibia. We are gathered here at the Mulunga Stadium. This is our D-Day. It is the day that the Lord has made for us, and indeed we shall rejoice in it. We are all systems go. As you can see, we have been up since 4 o'clock in the morning. And so we are here to actually do the final touch-ups and ensure that everything else is in order. All systems are tested, and as of when time comes, we're ready to move on.
I see that the public has not yet started gathering at the stadium, but despite that, what is the way forward from here, and what time are we expecting the casket to arrive from Zambezi region, and then also all the proceedings, including the procession routes? Can you just take us through that?
Thank you very much. The arrangement that we have in place now is that you might be aware that we have actually commissioned a number of protocol officers that are coming from the security cluster, 51 to be specific, and they will all be around here. They will be here around 7 o'clock, and as of 8 o'clock, we will be ensuring that every personnel who is put in charge of anything would be manning their post or their positions, and we are expecting that public by 9 o'clock should start to arrive. That's the official time that we have given. That is able time that we have given, and deliberately so, to ensure that we do not have an issue of congestion as of when we are moving closer to the actual time of commencement of our program. The casket is expected to be arriving in Grootfontein exactly 12 o'clock, and upon arrival, that will be at the military base. Upon arrival, as you know, that this process is in the hands of the Air Force under the Namibian Defence Force, and then the procession will proceed from there all the way out of the Air Force base. And then after that, what will then be happening is that the public will be expected to be lining up immediately out of the gate of the base and all the way up to the junction as you are entering into the main road that is now from the Kavango road, on the Kavango road into the center of town. The whole public that will be lined up there, the procession that we have, what we have put in place is that there will be soldiers that will be lined up, especially from the time of taking the casket to the exiting of the base. That will be all manned by soldiers. It is permissible from our end that a number of leaders will actually be part and parcel of those that are going to receive the remains officially. And then we have agreed on a number of that, and those leaders are communicated to. Of course, they are expected to be inside the base at around 10 o'clock, so that already we are seated and waiting. As of when the plane arrives with the remains, then we are ready to receive and ensure that we are in order in terms of our preparedness. Upon arrival, we take the entourage. It will go at the circle, from the circle into the main center of town, all the way passing and up to the robots of Nujoma. The entourage will then branch off to the left, and from there all the way up to the T-junction. That is now when you're facing the mall. From there, then you branch into the whole Nujoma road will proceed all the way through the municipality, in front of the municipality building, that is still Nujoma, and you go 10 all the way at Engelhardt ASAP Road, and that is now into Ekovab, and then you come down through in front of the Makalani school. The children will be lined up there. But what is important, during that whole procession, the public is permitted or allowed to be standing along the road. But as of when we are branching out from the Makalani school back to the stadium, the men and women in uniform, especially the Defence Force and the Air Force, will be actually being the one manning the street. In other words, there will be soldiers that will be standing along the road, and they will be the one to take care of the process. So there will not be any civilian or citizen that is allowed to come closer to the soldiers or to be standing there along the road, but rather they will be using the other routes where they will be standing. Upon arrival here, immediately upon arrival, everybody else will be seated by then. The casket will be taken with a military procession, and the quarter guard is in charge of everything. And then at that time, we'll ensure that everybody should be seated at their various posts, and those that are arriving, they will be ushered in by the protocol officers that we have put in place. And upon arrival, indeed, the casket will be placed under the main tent that we have here, and the program starts immediately after that, which of course we have said that by 2 o'clock tops, we must be able to commence with our program. We have a limited number of speakers. When you look at our program, it's a standard, it's a national program, and it's being handled at the national level. And as a result, there is a format that is a standard to all the regions, and we're not an exception. And that format is still the same that we'll be using here, and it is outlined to us. So we have plus minus 7 to 8 speakers, strictly. And we are also trying to cut on time in terms of every speaker, so that we ensure that we are really good with time. The reason behind that is that we have people that have traveled all the way from Chunkwe, all the way from Matakwe and Okahanja, and you can imagine that's 400, 600 kilometers away from here. So you would really need the program to be on time, and punctuality is key for us to ensure that we conclude on time, and eventually we can carry these people of ours back to their various destinations, and they will be transported back in the way that they came back to their various destinations.
Governor, when you're talking about transportation, there was information that was received that government is not providing transport to the mourners that are coming from far-reaching areas. But understand the committee put something in place. Can you just take us through that?
Yes, we are in compliance with the national requirement that government, this is a memorial service. We are not going to any other function. And of course, it's a standard everywhere in the world. It is not permissible for government to, with the limited resources at the government disposal, we cannot overstretch ourselves and be providing transportation to bring in mourners and so forth, or citizens to come and pay homage. It will be the onus of those that are coming to ensure that they will mobilize themselves and coordinate with each other to come up in whatever means and form possible. But again, on top of that, with astute leadership that I have in place in terms of the regional councillors, they went on out of their own, and they sourced transport from various business communities and Good Samaritans. I would gladly inform that we have B2Gold that have provided some buses. We have Rubicon and so forth. So there are some buses that we have sourced locally that will be utilized for the purpose of carrying those that we think should be here. And the councillors have taken that initiative out of their own accord, and sourced from local people as to who can help in terms of providing transport. You see, there are critical areas that we must look at. In terms of transportation, you take an area like Chumkwe, that is primarily or dominantly inhabited by marginalized communities and Botswana returnees and so forth. When we talk of transportation of somebody from there to this side, it won't be the same as a person coming from Chiwarongo that is able to take a hitchhike with somebody. So obviously that area needs the councillor to come in and see how best they can mobilize at their disposal and get somebody to be able to bring the people here. I'm glad when you look at the area like where our late founding father hails from, a tunda farm that is just located between Otavia and Chiwarongo. Mobilization have been done in that area. B2Gold have come on board, provided buses, and Rubicon is on board. They will be ferrying people from areas such as New Somerau, Combat, Etunda itself, so Otavi itself. These are key areas where like plus minus 200, 300 people have indicated their intent to come and be part and parcel of this process. So the councillor have instituted mechanisms and negotiations, and as a result, it happened to be successful. The same with Chiwarongo and so forth. So in terms of ferrying people, that is where we stand. Councillors have taken initiatives, and as a region, we are trying to really cover where we can to ensure that in the end, we accord a befitting memorial service to our founding father.
Otjozondjupa is clustered together with Oshikoto region to partake into this memorial service. How was the working relationship between you and your counterpart?
I have communicated with my two senior brothers, Honorable Penda Andakolo, the governor of Oshikoto, Honorable Pio Nganate, the governor of Maheke. We have coordinated and I indicated to them that indeed the program is ready. Today is our day. And as a result, if they would be having anybody or of our country from that end that will be willing to come and attend, they need to communicate same. So they have indicated indeed that they will be sending mourners that will come and actually be part and parcel of us. And what we were coordinating on is an element of sometimes when people depart early from their destinations, they would come without having eaten anything. So the point was that they need to coordinate in such a way that those buses are coming with some food items in the morning for just to accord necessary needed energy, just a bit of glucose to boost the energy of an individual that while they are seated there, you will not be having issues of I'm hungry or maybe they are collapsing individuals because of them not having taken breakfast. So we have been coordinating on that, but individually they are also having memorial services in their regions. Oshikoto already conducted theirs. Omaheke will be conducting their memorial service tomorrow, which is the 25th at Beta Post, as I have consulted with the governor that side. And of course, there will be individuals that will be coming. The governor of Omaheke have indicated with the chairperson and some councillors, they will be joining us today. The governor of Oshikoto have indicated that he will not be joining, but he will be delegating somebody that will be coming on his behalf. So the coordination element have been there, and our aim is to ensure that, as you know, founding father, it doesn't belong to a specific region. It's a father of the Namibian nation. And everybody and anybody from all walks of life in our surrounding will for sure be joining us, and we have made provision that whoever joins us, indeed, will make sure that this environment and this place become memorable to all of us, habitable to all of us, and, of course, accommodative to all of us.
Thank you so much, Governor. This week saw the committee sitting together with the municipality to pass a resolution that no liquor outlets open up today. Do you just take us through and explain to the nation why this decision was made?
The municipality of Grootfontein, under the capable leadership of Talita, they worship the mayor. Indeed, they have set a meeting, and the resolution was taken that for us to ensure that we accord a befitting service to our founding father. As you know, that the Mulunga Stadium is located within the location, and as a result, most of the facilities around here are businesses, primarily shebeens and bars and so forth. Now, to ensure that this program doesn't in any way get to be affected by anything in terms of sound and individuals that are coming in a format that you would not want to be having that individual here, so they have taken a forward-thinking approach of them actually going out and saying that we will, for this day, bar anybody from actually trading on a day like this in terms of shebeens, selling liquor and so forth. So all liquor outlets, according to the municipality of Grootfontein, which of course we welcome strongly, they are informed not to be operational today, but only from tomorrow as of when this process is completed. No livestock. To those that are grazing livestock in the area and any livestock that is found to be here, please, you are informed. The municipality have issued a decree that indeed such is not permissible, because you have a convoy that is moving at a specific pace, and anybody and anyone will be there. It's quite a big convoy. So you wouldn't be having in the streets a traffic jam as a result of some cows that are crossing the road. And this is Grootfontein. It's a whole municipality. It's not a village like Otjozondjupa in Gam, where you can have cattle moving around and so forth. So indeed, the municipality have been enforcing that. And that was done also in consultation with sectors and organizations that are responsible for the affected business people. So indeed, that is in close consultation, but it's a temporary issue. It's a one-day thing. What can we do? Why don't we accord this very day out of respect to the founding father, a person who have dedicated his whole life towards the total liberation of Namibia, towards us as a people today to come and enjoy those business possibilities and benefits? Why can we not accord this day to him and say, indeed, this is the day of the founding father here in Grootfontein?
Also, then, Governor, do take us through when the leadership heads to the Dino Hamambo garrison, where the Grootfontein airport, military airport is. What is the expectations and what is the program like there?
Yeah, indeed, I will be leading the delegation. As you know that we, every region have been assigned what you call a chief mourner who is representing His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. In our case, we have the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Peter Kashavivi, who already arrived, and we have been coordinating and communicating. So what will be happening is that at 10 o'clock, the leadership that we have identified will then be making their way all the way to the airstrip, to the airport that is in the military base at the Dimo Hamambo garrison. And when we arrive there, there are waiting rooms of which the VVIPs will be seated. And of course, my honorable councillors as VIPs as well will be also having a place to be seated. And that is for us to wait for the arrival of the plane that is carrying the remains of our founding father. And upon the arrival, the Kota Guard will be taking charge, and they will be doing salutations and receiving of the remains. And as a governor, and of course accompanied by the chief mourner, we will then be at the forefront of receiving the remains. And we take it from there that we will be led by the Namibian Defence Force, especially the Air Force. And we will be making our road into the town, and the program commences. All the leaders are communicated to, and we also we do not want to have a whole region to be lining up at the base, because indeed we still have the whole day and the whole night with our founding father. So indeed we have trimmed down the number to ensure that only a specific number goes there, but there is no limitations, and it is just for ease of coordination and for us for ease of doing business and ensuring that we are actually respectful and carrying out everything in accordance and expectations of the day.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was Honorable Governor James Werikwa taking us through what the day is detailed like. From us here, back to you in the studio.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Faisal Nkwasa there at Mlunga Stadium in Grootfontein, speaking to that's the chairperson of the Preparatory Committee of the Memorial Committee that's in for the Otjozondjupa region, James Werikwa, who's also the governor of the region, and just giving us an update in terms of preparation and look that things are up to, in terms of preparation, things are going well, and we anticipate the memorial to also to be quite a success. However, we will be bringing you the 7 o'clock news bulletin, and Elago Stadala is standing by.
This is Good Morning Namibia. Thank you so much for keeping it tuned to NBC. It's now time for us to take a look at what's happening on the news front. This is 7 o'clock and I'm Ilago Shitatala. Thank you so much for always staying with us. Now, the Rundu Sports Stadium was packed on Saturday after hundreds of mourners from both Kavango East and West regions gathered to pay homage to the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Despite the rainy conditions at Rundu, mourners were not deterred and stayed throughout, all in an effort to pay their last respects.
Namibians of varying ages and socio-economic backgrounds gathered at the Rundu Sports Stadium on Saturday to pay homage to the country's first president. Kavango East Governor Bonifacius Wakudumo says the late founding president always had a knack for bringing people together.
Dr. Nujoma did not only give us a nation, he gave us leaders. And for that, we are eternally grateful. His legacy is live, and in the halls of our schools and in the universities where our youth are striving for excellence.
He was a very present for his people. He was a unifier, a person who united all the people of Namibia, irrespective of color, race, or ethnic group. His aim was for the people of Namibia to live in unity, solidarity, freedom, and justice.
Academic and scholar Professor Joseph Disho's tribute was all about celebrating the life that Dr. Sam Nujoma lived.
Held the torch, which only meant that there was a future for this country. Not only did the torch illuminate the road ahead, it kept hope alive. It gave the future meaning, and it injected in us courage to think about tomorrow.
SWAPO's Kavango East Regional Coordinator, Otili Shinduvi, says the Founding Fathers Memorial Service serves as a call to action for the ruling party.
Continue the work of building a nation that is just, equitable, and prosperous for all. His ideals live on in us, and it is our responsibility to ensure that they are carried forward for future generations.
Humpa Alphonse Kaundu of the Mbunza Traditional Authority and Hompa Sophia Kanyetu Munjembwe from the Shambu Traditional Authority also delivered tributes. The founding president was known for respecting the cultural history of the Kavango regions, making sure the voices of the elders and traditional leaders are heard. The Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Albert Kawana, delivered the keynote address on behalf of President Nangolo Mbumba. He says peace and stability is what the Founding Fathers strived for, as he was always promoting the policy of national reconciliation.
Hence, his mantra, a united people striving to achieve a common good for all the members of the society, will always emerge victorious. And this is what has been repeated several times. It is for this reason that in as much as we mourn our hero, we also celebrate his life.
Residents of Ohangwena, parts of Oshikoto region and surrounding areas paid tribute on Friday to the late founding president Sam Nujoma at the Enana Sports Stadium.
The Enana Sports Complex was full to the brim with thousands of Namibians having made their way as early as 6 o'clock in the morning to ensure they are part of the proceedings to pay tribute to the country's fallen leader. In a speech read on his behalf, President Nangolo lauded late Nujoma's leadership.
Under his visionary leadership, SWAPO as a liberation movement succeeded to unite Namibians from across the diversity of our cultures and rally them behind the struggle for our national liberation and inspire them to persist with the struggle for national independence, enduring the brutality of the oppressive colonial government of apartheid South Africa.
We apologize for interrupting that news insert, but we'd like to cross over to Katima Mulilo, where Ndapewa Ambambi is on standby at the stadium where the memorial was held to give us an update as the casket and the military procession are about to move. It's over to you, Ndapewa. Good morning.
Ilago, thank you so much, and a very good morning to all our viewers. We're still finding ourselves at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial service of that is the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, took place yesterday. As you can see behind me, the casket was just closed, and we see the men in uniform that is there marching, and they are ready. That is, of course, to load the casket on to the carriage that will be taking it to Mpacha Airport, and also we'll see the procession making its way all the way to Grootfontein. But just to give us an update as to what happened last night when the body was laying in state is the governor of the Zambezi region, that is Lawrence Sampofu. Governor, good morning, and thank you so much for talking to us.
Good morning, Namibia.
Governor, the body lied in state overnight. Kindly just give us an update as to how everything went, seeing that you are one of the people that was here throughout the night.
Yes, the body was lying in state the whole night. After we finished the whole process of memorial service. So last night we were having almost 6 church choirs, but by 10 o'clock we were left only with 3 church choirs and some few people. People were also coming at midnight to come and view the body of the founding father. I say that we say thank you to the government of the Republic of Namibia for having chosen us also to have this memorial here in Zambezi region. So now we are ready to move to the airport so that they leave also for Grootfontein. To the Nujoma family, Ndombolo and the Mshimba families, our hearts are with you during this difficult time. Just to wish you all the best, and we'll carry on with the legacy of our founding father.
The pallbearers, they're doing their job and ready to carry the casket all the way, that is, to the carriage that will be taking the casket to Mpacha Airport, and from Mpacha Airport the procession will continue, that is, to Grootfontein. As we can see on that is the complex, we do see that the chief mourner, the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, who is representing the chief mourner, that is Minister Erastus Utoni. We also see the Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, that is joining the chief mourner, the delegates standing there, including also the governor, just to give you visuals there of the carriage, and the members of the community singing in the background there, paying tribute to the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. The pallbearers carrying the casket to the carriage is what you can see on the screens right now, coming to you live in the Zambezi region at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial service of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, took place yesterday. The regional memorials will be continuing right now. The casket will continue its procession to the Mpacha Airport, where it will be going to Grootfontein, where the memorial service will be taking place today. Then from Grootfontein, it will be going all the way to Walvis Bay for the memorial service that is in the Erongo region. From Walvis Bay, we'll be heading to Keetmanshoop, and from Keetmanshoop will be The last memorial service will be held in the capital city of Windhoek. The casket is being loaded on the carriage right now, and the procession will continue to Mpacha Airport, and we'll be bringing you an update all the way from Mpacha Airport with reporter Juliet Siveso just to talk to us as to what will be happening at the airport. Well, Ilago, there you have it. The casket is on the way, that is to the Mpacha airport, where it is expected to depart, that is around 9 o'clock, all the way to Grootfontein for the memorial service that will be taking place there. Well, that is all from us from the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. It's over to you, but after these visuals.
Thank you so much, Ndapewa. What we were seeing there is the casket with the remains of the late founding president, Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma, on its way to Mpacha Airport, where it is expected to depart for Grootfontein, where the 5th memorial service is expected to take place later this afternoon. The time provided for takeoff is 9 o'clock, but we will be following the military route procession here on our platforms. And we also saw there that the representative of the chief mourner for this particular memorial service was the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, that is Erastus Utoni, and he was accompanied by various dignitaries from the Zambezi region, including the Governor Lawrence Sapofu, just seeing off the casket as it moves from the Katima Sports Complex on its way to Mpacha Airport. I believe that the dignitaries and the mourners will also follow the military procession all the way to the airport to ensure that they sent off the late founding president to the next regions. Now, the memorial services are continuing, as we do understand, as indicated by Ndapewa as well, that the next memorial service is in the Otjozondjupa region, which will be followed by the Erongo region, and then after the Karas region, and the last memorial service will take place in the Komas region, which is preceded by the burial ceremony, which will take place on the 1st of March at the Heroes Eka. This is Good Morning Namibia.
Now, welcome back. Now, Andrew Machira, one of the few remaining members of the Constituent Assembly, now joins us to shed more light about the triumphs they face during while drafting the nation's constitution, and talked to us about their shared moments with the late founding President Sam Nujoma. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the program.
Good morning to you.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the fact that the African baobab tree has fallen. Can you share us perhaps your first encounter that you had with the late Dr. Sam Nujoma?
Thank you for mentioning the African baobab tree, because it's a very good comparison of the founding father and the baobab tree. The baobab tree is also called the tree of life because it survives over 3,000 years and stores thousands of liters of water. That is why it's called the tree of life. And when you look at the life of the founding father, well, he has not lived for 3,000 years, but humanly speaking, he has lived for a very long time, like the baobab tree lives. Now, at the time of the elections and coming to the establishment of the Constituent Assembly, I did not know the founding father personally. At the time, we were also very busy with various arrangements, getting ready to establish the Constitution Committee to write the Constitution and things like that. But we were meeting around the passages of the Tintin Palace, the place where we would have the new parliament. And that is where we were always sometimes lucky to shake hands with him and to say, I am so-and-so, and so on. But it was not a question of me knowing the founding father on a personal basis. But Parliament started and we were working together and everybody was energetic about the new challenge, which was a free Namibia, independence. Everybody was working hard. The founding father had great influence on everybody in that parliament to do their best, and we were doing that. But let me say that after about 2 or 3 years, I thought to myself I wanted to have a one-to-one discussion with him. So I made an appointment, and I was welcomed at State House. State House at that time was the small building here in Robert Mugabe. And His Excellency welcomed me one morning when I had made an appointment to see him. And that meeting taught me a lot of things that I still remember to this day that I did not know about him. We had a free discussion on various issues. I wanted advice on various issues as a member of parliament and so on. And I found that the founding father had traits that I did not think he had. First of all, I discovered that he was a father figure. Father figure in the African term, in terms of which one refers to a man who has responsibility, family responsibilities. Yes, he has a family, he has children. I also discovered that he had great discipline. Yes. He listens. He listens when you talk and does not interrupt. Leaders, great leaders and disciplinarians are like that. They give you their ear until it is necessary to respond. I respected that very much. And in our discussions, I learned quite a lot about sharing ideas. I learned a lot about discipline, as I said. And I also realized that the founding father was a humble man. He had humility in him. He is not the pompous type that wants to say, I'm the leader here, you must listen to me, and so on. No, he's a very humble man. Okay. And humility takes leaders very far.
Indeed.
Yes.
Let's talk about perhaps his most significant contributions to the founding of the Namibian state and the development of Namibia, and what were some of those achievements?
Politically, maybe I should say that influence plays a very important role in preparations, in contributing to achieving a very important objective such as this one. And I think the founding father had tremendous influence in terms of getting people together and placing his challenge before them and trying to convince them that they are on the right road, on the right track. And I think his hearers believed in him. When he mobilized men and women to say, do you want freedom? I think we can achieve this objective. That was one of the greatest influences that he had on people, to convince them that he was on the right road. He knocked on many doors, for instance, throughout Africa, throughout the world. And he convinced many people around the world that what he was doing was right. He was fighting for the freedom of his people, the freedom of his country. And of course, he also knocked at the doors of those who were able to help him with firearms, guns, to fight. To fight a war like this one which he fought, you needed guns. And you had to knock at the doors of those who could provide them. But the guns don't come cheap.
Indeed.
The people who support you with guns want to make sure you are going to use them and you are going to be successful.
Yes.
And that is why you see that the founding father was in those forests, in those bushes for decades, fighting to convince those who were supplying the guns that no, I will not go back. I will not give up until I reach the objective.
Now, we know that he also went back to school at an advanced age and obtained a master's degree in theology. You know, what can we emulate from this action from him and his love for education?
Yeah, you know, one of the things that we always remember in life is that it is never too late to go to school. It is never too late to learn. The founding father never had that opportunity when he was still young to go to school. He had no time to go to school. He had a time, he had time to do the most important thing in his life. And that was to fight for freedom. He said to himself, this is the main objective for which I have to fight for. I must take all my ideas and throw them all into one direction, and that was the direction of mobilizing our people to fight for freedom. So it is a lesson to us young people that he went to school already when he was an elderly person, demonstrating to them that if I wanted to go to school when I was young, but I couldn't. Yes.
Now, given the opportunity,
I'm
going to make sure.
Yes.
Indeed, a man that representing a man who's dedicated. Just hold on, Mr. Andrew Machira. We are seeing some visuals there on the screen. That is the military procession that is carrying the remains of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, leaving. We know that they left the stadium, the sports complex, not so long ago, now leaving Katima Mulilo, making its way to the Pacha airport in the Zambezi region. We know that the plane is expected to depart from the Pacha airport at exactly, that is 9 o'clock en route, that is to Grootfontein, where the next regional memorial, the 5th regional memorial, is slated to take place. We did speak earlier. Our colleague Faith Sankwasa was speaking to the governor of the Otjozondjupa region, was talking about the preparations are on course, and they're anticipating the arrival of the remains. However, those visuals are an indication of the final of the memorial procession. It's a military procession with the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma on the way to the Pacha airport. Now, Mr. Bachara, we talked about, we're talking about that, we must emulate his service, we must emulate his sacrifices, and especially for those Namibians who are alive right now. What is it that you would be advising them on saying, how can we best try and remember Sam Nujoma?
You use the word emulate, which is perhaps not so very strong. To the young people, they might perhaps understand the word imitate, which is much more stronger. Imitate the actions of Sam Nujoma. Now, I think this is very important to me, that education playing the most important role in our lives and being the essence of what the founding father was emphasizing to the youth most of the time. I think the education of the young from now henceforth should be looked at from a different angle. One of the things that I think should be included in the school curriculum should be things that include the lives of people like Sam Nujoma, and included in the curriculum should be some of the most important things like the coat of arms of Namibia, the symbols of state. School children ought to know what these things are. What do they mean? If you ask a child now, a school child, maybe even in high school, about the Namibian flag flying there, you say, when you look at that flag, you see colors in it. What do they represent? What do they mean? He might perhaps perhaps doubtful that the child would tell you. But I think those are things that should be included. And that things like patriotism, honor, trustworthiness, the things that were embodied in Sam Nujoma's life. He was a trustworthy man. His people trusted him. He reached the objective that he had set himself to. And of course, culture. Yes. Traditional authorities in Namibia must emphasize the cultures to the children. You know, many of us, especially in the city areas, have lost track of these cultures. We don't know why this must be done like that, why this must be done like that, why parents must behave like that. Parents must teach their children some of the most beautiful things in our cultures. Yes. Children must know when they grow up that when elderly people come in, they must stand or they must move away from chairs. I'm just giving that as an example. But these are things that are required for children to learn more about their cultures. And of course, another thing for education is religion. We are a Christian country. And you see, as the founding father is traveling around the country now, everywhere where he gets, they pray. Why do they do that? Because the founding father believed in Wakalunga. He believed in God. Yes, he was a Christian person. He read the Bible. And so I don't see any reason why schools should not be teaching children Bible for the sake of getting the children nearer to God. This is very important as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, many are struggling to come to terms with the loss of the founding president, as we're seeing, and many are also coming out in numbers at these official memorial services in the various regions that we've been covering so far. What do you think has been the most challenging part specifically for you dealing with this loss? What has that meant to you when you received the news? Where were you when you received the news that is no more and the president was making announcement, and also possibly also looking at the personal and relationship and, you know, the collaboration that you had with him? How did you take all that news when it was announced?
Let me say to you, first of all, that when the founding father completed his third term as president, there were many people who said to me personally, they could have been joking or what. Black and white citizens were saying to me, why can't the founding father continue as president for a fourth term or a fifth term? Many people thought that his contribution was so tremendous that he could continue as president in the country.
Yes, Mashira, I just have to interrupt you. So I do apologize for that. Juliet Siveso is standing by and is currently at the Pacha Airport in Katima Mulilo to give us an update. Juliet, good morning, and it's over to you and the team. Good morning.
Very good morning once more again from the Zambezi region. We are at Mpacha Airport, where we are expecting the procession to arrive shortly from the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, carrying, of course, the remains of the founding president. Of course, as you can see behind me, the aircrafts are preparing to receive the remains of the founding president, as well as members of the family, as well as mourners who will be traveling back with the founding president, of course. Before we do that, we have a reporter from the NBC National to talk to us a little bit about her experience with the reporting of the memorial services, both in Rundu as well as Katima Mulilo. That is Chikoma Janki. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Juliet. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, you are a fellow colleague. You've reported on this memorial coming from Rundu in the Kavango East region, and you've also done so in Zambezi region. Talk to us about some elements that stood out for you in both two places.
Let me start off with the Kavango East region, where we started off the memorial service on Saturday. What stood out for me basically is this young boy who came all the way from Divundu. That is about 200 kilometers away from Rundu. This boy had to wash somebody's car just to get transport money to travel all the way to Rundu, just to go and pay homage to the late founding father, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma. So along the way, somebody found him and gave him a lift, and he made his way. And his even if it's just in the casket, it meant a lot for him. Now, also speaking about the people in the Kavango East, the way they showed up, the way they queued up, I must mention that, Juliet, Kavango was raining throughout, but these people did not move an inch. These people sang celebratory, songs to honor the legacy of their late founding father. They queued up. We spoke to school-going children, who also mentioned just that in as much as they didn't get to meet the founding president, they are so proud to live in a democratic country. You know, the independent Namibia, rather, the independence that was brought about this giant gallant who we the Kavango East. I would speak to some seeing the development in the Kavango East. Just to briefly speak to us about what stood out for them. What is it that they remember about the founding father? I must tell you, I myself lived in Kavango, and I can say, Dr. Sam Nujoma, together with his people, they did so very, very well. Of schools, much to our regions. I have traveled, yes, but I'm more familiar with Kavango and, of course, Zambezi, and partly the northern regions. But with Kavango, you can have a health facility here at the airport. In 5 kilometers, you'll get another health facility. Maybe about 10 kilometers, you'll have a hospital. I must mention that the Kavango East has a district hospital, which is now called Nankudu Hospital. This hospital, they also admit, they do not do referrals to Rundu unless otherwise they have doctors. Those are some of the, that stood out for Kavango West. They were remembering now the late founding father. Let's also now talk about agriculture in Kavango. About the founding president. Purchasing the aircraft, Juliet. And then along the way, it rained heavily, just between the Windhoek and we had to limit the speed. We arrived safely. That was carrying the remains of the late founder also arrived. I think this is Mavuluma Secondary.
We do apologize for that poor sound quality and visuals that we're receiving. It seems to be that we're having challenges with the network, but we have a hope to get back to Juliet Siveso as we wait for the procession that will be bringing the remains at the Pacha Airport before departure, that is for Grootfontein. Now, Mr. Machira, continuing our conversation, we're talking about, how you received the news, what you make of the news when you received it, and you heard the fact that the founding is no more and that his time here on earth has come to an end.
Yeah, from my point of view, we sometimes take things for granted. We think that a person will live forever. So as long as the founding father was there, everybody in the country, everybody is happy, and he's resting. He has reached the age where he should relax and so on. And then we heard about his illness, that he was indisposed. And from my side, I thought perhaps it was something passing. I was sure that the founding father was going to reach 100, no doubt about it. And when I heard that he was gone, I was shocked. Yes, I felt disappointed that he has left us at this age. I thought he should have been given more time to relax and to rest for the work that he had sacrificed himself and his life for many years without enjoying anything, without relaxing, without doing things. When many people were, of course, at ease and were relaxed, he was working day and night. So I was touched, and I honestly pray to the Almighty God that he should rest in eternal peace. Yeah.
Indeed. Now, as we conclude our interview this morning, what are perhaps some of those, besides now, when you said you engage him, he talked about, you found that, you know, he has values of humility,
yes.
He had values of someone that you can be able to trust, someone who listens and then only speaks when he needs to speak. You know, are these valuable valuable insights or, you know, sort of values that you would want to entrench in the next generation of Sam Nuyomas? As they say, he may have died, his soul, he might have died, he might have left the earth, but his soul must live forever. You have heard people talking about rest in power, talked about legends don't die. Are these things that you perhaps want to see in the next crop and generation of leaders to be another version of Nujoma?
Yes, as I said, that I don't think that Nujoma would have made such a leader if he did not have these gifts, especially gifts like humility. When you go around the world knocking at various doors and talking to people you don't know, you have never met before, they see you for the first time, you say, I'm from Namibia, I need help. First of all, they sum you up, what kind of a character you are, what kind of a person. And they will find that you mean it, you are honest. Yeah, this man is honest in what he's doing, and he's humble. He's not fighting with people to get what he wants. So I think here at home, especially again in the schools, children must be taught these things. Yes, teachers must approach children in a way that would make them want to become Sam Nujomas of the future. Yes, children must realize that Sam Nujoma was a humble man. Yeah, Sam Nujoma never praised himself in the streets and on. He had only one task, and that was to work. Yes, the work ethics must be emphasized among the children. Children must know that when they go to school, they go to work. Parents must encourage their children. They know the life of Sam Nujoma. They don't have to be told. And we elderly people now must not only say, yeah, we have got freedom, and we have peace, and that's enough. Sam Nujoma has given us these things. No, these things, we must work to keep these things alive. If we don't, the peace that we have might turn against us in future. If we are not careful, we must work hard to protect it, to preserve this peace and this independence, this freedom. We must know that freedom does not come cheap. Freedom comes with a price. And the price tag on it is very high. It means your freedom ends where my freedom begins. I must not try, because I'm free, it's freedom, that we must try to desecrate it by thinking that other people don't matter. Especially Sam Nujoma wanted the people of this country to come together. That slogan, One Namibia, One Nation, I think we must not only think of it as a slogan. It should be a war cry. A war cry of, if I do not join them, what is going to happen to me? The people of Namibia now must fight harder than when Nujoma was alive, to come together, to make one nation. To be strong in the future needs for us to come together. And Sam Nujoma has laid the foundation.
Now, as we conclude our conversation, perhaps a final message that is to the Nujoma and the Kondobolo family and the entire nation at large.
To those families, the two families that are mourning, first of all, I say to them, we mourn with you. This great loss is not your loss alone. It is our loss. It is the loss of this country. And we pray that the Holy Spirit of God should come into your homes these days to protect you, to console you, and to make you realize that you have not lost Sam Nujoma. You have gained him, because amongst the children that are coming, some will come to imitate, to follow in his footsteps. God bless you all.
Okay. Well, Sir Andrew Machira, thank you so much, very much, for making time to speak to us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, that was Andrew Machira, who is one of the few remaining members of the Constituent Assembly that was responsible for drafting Namibia's constitution, talking to us about his personal relationship with Seb Nujoma and the late Seb Nujoma, and also the late Seb Nujoma's contribution, and emphasizing that freedom was achieved through pains, so it must ensure that we do everything possible to sustain it, preserve it, and keep the peace, and that the slogan of One Namibia, One Nation should not only just be a slogan, but it should be something which we continue to ensure that we practice, and ensuring that there is a voice and that every Namibia is represented, even if when we disagree, it means we can still be able to live in one Namibia. Stay tuned as we continue more conversations right here on Chairman.
Welcome back. This is the special edition of Good Morning Namibia in honor of the late founding president, Dr. Semshafi Shuna Nujoma. Now, the military route procession began earlier, where the remains of the late founding president are now being escorted to the Mpacha airport. We have information that the remains have arrived at the Mpacha airport, and we now cross over. That is to Juliet Siveso.
I apologize for the network problems, which will always be expected with such productions. But we are back at the Mpacha airport, where the remains of the founding president have just arrived from the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. In the background, of course, you can hear learners from the Mavuluma Combined School singing as they welcome the procession that has just arrived at the airport, as well as some of the delegations from the Katima Mulilo organizing committee that have arrived as well. And what we can see now is the officers that are now lined up next to the aircraft, and inside, of course, is the casket of the founding president, where his remains lay. And as you may have seen from last night, those that wanted to see or pay their last respects were able to do so throughout the night. We had choirs from various churches singing the entire night, as well as councillors, including the governor, who spent the night at the complex to pay their last respects to the founding president before the remains leave for the next town and the next memorial in Grootfontein. And along the road, as you may have seen, some learners are only going to make it back to school now, because they did get a chance to, of course, pay their last respects and also sing as the procession was proceeding from Katima Mulilo Sports Complex to the Mpacha airport. Very beautiful melodies from the learners here from the Mavuluma Combined School. As you can see, activities going on in the background there. And we are still waiting for some of the delegates to arrive, as they were part of the procession from Katima Mulilo. That includes Minister Erastus Utoni, who is designated by the Chief Mourner, President Nangolo Mbumba, for the Zambezi region, as well as the Governor Lawrence Sampofu, the Mayor of Katima Mulilo, John Ntema, as well as the Chairperson of the Regional Council, Warren Simushi, among other mourners and delegates from the Zambezi region. And of course, yesterday, as we were able to see, Pendukeni Vula Itana was one of the people that showed up to join the memorial service in the Zambezi region, alongside Martin Shali as well. And we did hear or see that there were delegates from the Zambian and Botswana side who joined in the memorial service as well. That just shows the impact that the late founding president had not only on Namibia, but the rest of SADC, Africa, and the world at large. As we can see just behind me, the Minister for Urban and Rural Development is here. That is Erastus Utoni. Has just arrived alongside the Zambezi region's commander, that is Andreas Shilelo, as well as the Deputy Minister for Environment and Tourism, alongside Governor Lawrence Sampofu of the Zambezi region. Now we will get a chance to see exactly what happens just before takeoff to the next town, where the memorial, or the 5th memorial, will take place. that is in Grootfontein. Those are preparations being made to take the casket off the carrier. Now, of course, Chikoma Janki, one of our presenters from National FM, we want to give you a chance. Of course, you have had a little bit of experience, and I'm sure you now understand some of the language used to see firsthand what happens. Maybe just share with us a little bit of what to expect here in layman's terms, like you're speaking to a civilian.
Thank you so much once more again, Juliet. I have had the experience, of course, in receiving the body of the late founding father, that is, of course, at the Rondo Airport on Saturday. What then happens is that, of course, the aircraft is already on the ground. The carpet is already laid. Now, the captain of the Air Guard will now, they will have to give a national
as we've seen there, those were visuals from Pacha Airport in Katima Mulilo, where the remains of the late founding president will be airlifted, that is to the next region for the 5th memorial service, that is the regional memorial service, and the remains are expected to arrive at 10 o'clock at the Grootfontein Air Force Base Airport. Now, let me just give you a round off of the route when the remains arrive in Grootfontein Air Force Base Airport. Well, what is expected is that the remains will be then transported or moved towards the Grootfontein, from the Grootfontein Air Force Base to the D830 road. From there, it will move on to the Kavango Road. From Kavango Road, the procession will take over to the Sem Nujoma Street, and from Sem Nujoma Street to Omlunga Stadium, where the memorial service will be taking place. Now, it is expected to start in the afternoon around 2 o'clock. The remains are expected to arrive at Omlunga Stadium at 12 o'clock. We now have Ambassador Ringo Abed, who represented Namibia in the United Kingdom following the country's independence in 1990, on the line. Now, Ambassador was appointed as a High Commissioner in the United Kingdom from 2005 on the 9th of February until June 2006, before he was reassigned by President Pohamba. Ambassador is now joining me to talk about his tenure in the United Kingdom under the leadership of the founding president, Dr. Sem Nujoma. Good morning, Ambassador. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
Ambassador, can you please talk to us about the role that you played under the tenure of founding President Sem Nujoma?
I wish to sincerely say at the outset, the management of the NBC for having taken keen interest and commitment to accord me this rare opportunity to interview me in my illustrious diplomatic career, which started long way back in the early years of our independence. My appointment as the High Commissioner of the Republic of Namibia to the UK was a privilege and honor bestowed upon me by His Excellency Dr. Shuna Nujoma, out of the many thousands of Namibians who aspire to be afforded the same opportunity to serve this beautiful country in the same capacity in their lifetime. It will be recalled that prior to my appointment as High Commissioner, I was privileged to serve my beloved country as a junior officer in various capacities, both at home and abroad, spanning from November 1992 up until 09 February 2005, when I was appointed as Commissioner to the UK by His Excellency Dr. Sem Nujoma. I strongly believe that the results of my illustrious career, hard work, dedication, and service to the Republic of Namibia since early years of our independence, which included some difficult assignments I carried out with distinction, embodying the spirit of the land of the brave, have seemingly not gone unnoticed by the powers that be. This had possibly paved the way for His Excellency Dr. Sem Nujoma to consider granting me such a privilege and honor to serve as his envoy to the UK at the time.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now, how would you describe the diplomatic relationship between Namibia and the United Kingdom during the early years of Namibia's independence?
The diplomatic relationship between Namibia and the UK during the early years of Namibia's independence had been and continues to be cordial until today. Our two respective countries witnessed frequent high-level exchanges with stronger mutual beneficial cooperation and friendship. During my short stay in the UK, my administrative agenda has been to promote and further consolidate our economic cooperation, especially in the areas of trade and investment, as well as tourism opportunities available in both countries, and expanding cultural exchanges. In the areas of trade, we were able to witness the successful penetration of Namibia's agricultural products, such as our best quality meat, into the various British markets. To mention but one example, although there were other products that were exported there. It is very indispensable for me to underline that when I was in the UK, only Namibia and Botswana, out of the many African countries represented in that country, had been granted the privilege of exporting their quality meat to the UK. The UK was at the time a distribution center for meat to the rest of the European countries. With regard to tourism, I have equally witnessed the increase in the number of both British and Namibian tourists frequently visiting either country and share national heritage. I wish to further point out that it was easy at the time to travel to either country due to the fact that Air Namibia had regular flights to Gatwick Airport in London and vice versa without any hindrance at all. This was indeed a remarkable achievement for our country.
As ambassador, you worked closely with the government of President Sam Nujoma. Could you please share some insights into the leadership style and vision of the late president during his tenure?
His Excellency Nujoma was a disciplined and extraordinary peace-loving person who valued honesty, integrity, and trustworthiness. If you are not honest, that the Nujoma will not work with you at all. His leadership style of inclusivity that he used during the difficult days of our liberation struggle was the same he used to lead our beloved land of the brave to peace, unity, in diversity, development, and prosperity for the benefit of all inhabitants. Comrade Dr. Sam Nujoma's teaching of hard work, discipline, and honesty shall forever remain a permanent legacy that those of us who had the privilege to work closely with him have inherited from the great revolutionary and visionary leader. He was indeed a commander and a charismatic leader of his generation. Having served him as his last chief of protocol, I will particularly miss his smiles ever portrayed on his face, and parental guidance. I'm sorry, I'm becoming emotional.
I'm so sorry, Ambassador.
Developed to a level of that of a father and son equal times. I interacted with him. This evidence by the fact that when I returned from active diplomatic service in 2016, that Nujoma invited me to visit him at his farm at the Tunda near Otavi. He gave me a bull and a heifer to start farming as a full-time farmer and never to look back. May the soul of the very Comrade Dr. Sam Nujoma rest in peace.
I'm so sorry, Ambassador. Now, Ambassador, when we look at the role that the late founding president played in ensuring that Namibia achieved independence, did this have any influence in the relationship or diplomatic mission in the UK?
Yes, Dr. Nujoma was a peace-loving person who believed that all countries of the globe should be treated equally. sovereign state with equal rights at all levels of cooperation. His vision for a coexistence of all countries of the world, and in particular, the mutual beneficial friendship and cooperation between Namibia and the UK has influenced the smooth operation of our diplomatic mission in London.
Ambassador, talk to us about the importance of cultural diplomacy in your work as ambassador. Could you please share any key cultural initiatives or events that helped raise awareness about Namibia's unique heritage in the United Kingdom during that time?
Yes, indeed. Despite the fact that I did not, unfortunately, spent long time enough in the UK, cultural diplomacy was at the center stage of my administrative agenda. In this vein, I was able to witness regular exchange of sporting teams and individual players. For example, on 15th February 2006, I traveled to Manchester City in the UK to attend the boxing tournament for the event held between the Namibian welterweight Paulus Ali Andimba and Sergei Stakov from Serbia. During the fight, Numbele blasted his way to a 15th victory in Manchester City. He won the fight on points after 8 rounds. This remarkable fight has indeed helped awareness of Namibia's unique heritage, not only in the UK in particular, but also at the international level at large. Other players were the legend, Comrade Jackson Tawian, also performing his music to the European people.
As you reflect on that period when you were ambassador to the UK, what would you then consider as your lasting legacy or even just your contribution to Namibia and UK relations?
Although it was my fervent wish to ensure that all outstanding bilateral agreements between Namibia and the UK were to be fully concluded and implemented, it was unfortunate that my short stint during my tenure of assignment to that country, I could not allow me to achieve or realize the desired goal at home. The powers that be had rather decided to relocate me to our diplomatic mission to the DRC on 14th June 2006 to serve as his ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary of the Republic of Namibia to the DRC.
Very well, Ambassador. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you. Thank you too.
Well, that was, in fact, the former High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, that is Ringo Abed, and he was just reflecting to us of his time when he was serving as High Commissioner during the period of 2005 to 2006, and that was he was appointed in the position by the late founding president. Well, we do know that the military route procession continues as the remains of the late founding president are now being airlifted towards Grootfontein, where they are set to arrive at Grootfontein Air Force Base Airport at 10 o'clock. Thereafter, the military route procession will continue and move along the Grootfontein to the Omlunga Stadium, where the official regional memorial services targeting the region of Otjozondjupa as well as that of Oshikoto will be taking place. As we see on our screens, the Y9E military aircraft is still on the tarmac. They have not left yet. They are expected to take off at exactly 9 o'clock, where the 5th memorial service will be taking place. That is in the Otjozondjupa region later this afternoon. We will continue giving you updates as they come.
Now, of course, we are still at Mpacha Airport in Katima Mlilo, where we're witnessing the aircraft carrying the remains of the founding president about to lift off and make its way to Grootfontein, which is the next town that is going to be hosting the regional memorials. That is the 5th one from the Zambezi region, that is in Otjozondjupa region. Of course, we are still here with the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, that is Erastus Utoni, who was designated by the Chief Mourner, President Nangolo Mbumba, to come to the Zambezi region as the leader assigned, as well as the Governor Lawrence Sampofu for Zambezi region, the chairperson of the Zambezi Regional Council, Warren Simushi, as well as the Katima Mulilo Mayor John Tema, are all here witnessing the aircraft that is about to lift off and paying their last respects from the Zambezi region. And I believe they will be at the main memorial service in Windhoek this week. Well, we hear melodies from the learners for Mavoluma Combined School, who are bidding their last farewell for the remains of the founding president here at the Mpacha airport. And we will have, of course, that's a way to say we are about to leave. We will have a lift-off shortly. We have been informed that it will take about an hour from here to Grootfontein at the airbase, and we'll, of course, witness the memorial service as it continues in Grootfontein for the Otjozondjupa region. A lot of the residents got a chance to say goodbye. From yesterday until this morning, we had choirs singing the entire night, celebrating the life of an icon, the life of someone who lived his life purposefully. As the governor of the Zambezi, Lawrence Sampofu, indicated that inasmuch as it is sad to lose someone, especially someone who led the liberation for independence, you look at the life that the late founding president lived and his work here on earth, which he said is a celebration of life despite the sorrows that come with death. And I believe that is what a lot of people were saying, that despite not having met him in person, most of the young ones never even met him in person, of course. But this is a man that they continue to learn about in the history books and now have a chance to say goodbye. In the Zambezi region, that was yesterday for the memorial, they had a chance to do so. And they praised this man that they have never met but continue to learn about. Very respectful of them. And of course, just witnessing as they prepare to lift off. And the NBC, of course, has the streaming on all platforms, that is television, radio, and social media. And in all the languages on radio, present here at Mpacha Airport. Making sure that you are a part of receiving the information as we see the activities happening. And of course, we also had a chance to speak to the Chief Regional Officer, that is Regina Ndopu, last night after the memorial service. She did indicate that despite all the regions having had the same amount of notice to prepare for these regional memorials, they are happy with how proceedings were carried out. And for the Zambezi region, it did take place in a timely manner. Compared to Rundu in the Kavango East region where it rained, the weather was very beautiful yesterday. But it did rain later on in the night, which of course, when you think about it, being an African and Namibian, especially someone from Zambezi, it represents a celebration of a leader, a true leader. That is what we understand rain to be when there is a funeral or a burial. This is to show blessings as well as the heavens receiving this beautiful spirit and soul. In addition, this morning, we still had a lot of residents along the roads as the procession made its way from the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex to Mpacha Airport. This also included choirs from various schools in the region or in town specifically, just singing and making sure that they do pay their last respects as the governor had indicated that you may salute, you may sing, you may wave your flags. Apart from the crying, it is a celebration of life. And also, despite not having made transport available for those coming in from the rural areas, we were also informed that some made it here on their own last night to get a chance also to say goodbye to the late founding president. Of course, we continue to be here until we have lift off. And earlier on, of course, we were speaking to one of our national FM presenters, that is Chikoma Janki, who had covered the memorial in the Kavango region. She was speaking about the difference she noticed between Kavango as well as the Zambezi region. And she did mention that Nujoma, who cemented the aspect of development after independence, this was a very strategic move that, despite the fact that the country was fighting to liberate Namibia, they did plan for the future and infrastructure development, as well as the aspect of agriculture, making sure that the people that we are fighting independence for have meals on their tables on a daily basis. She did speak on the Kavango regions and the developments that have taken place there in the aspects of agriculture and infrastructure and so many more. But we are also going to give her a chance to bring in the aspect of the Zambezi region when it comes to the memorial, and maybe a few things that stood out for you. Good to have you back again.
Good to have me back again, Juliet. Thank you so much. We are still in the Zambezi region, yes. I arrived yesterday morning, having witnessed
As you see there, the Y9E military aircraft is on the tarmac, and the engines, I think one engine is currently on.
No, two.
Oh,
one, yes, you're correct.
Yes, one engine, but it doesn't take long before the rest go on and it takes off. That also indicates that it's time for us to hand over.
Indeed, it's time for us to say goodbye. However, Denver Kissing is on standby to continue with this tribute in memory of the late Dr. Sam Sufficient Nujoma.
Yes, and during that slot, we will be following, that is the military route procession that is escorting the remains of the late founding president. So please keep it locked to NBC.
Until then, we'll be back tomorrow, bright and early, same time, same place.
Goodbye.
Or the family, rather, or the Nujoma, the Nombolo family, noted how thankful they are for Namibians who have joined in celebrating a man who was a father, a grandfather, a husband to them, and so much more. But I think I can speak for a lot of us when we say thank you to the family for sharing this human being with the rest of the country. Coming to you from the Zambezi region in Katima Mulilo, I'm Juliet Seveso, alongside the camera operator Sylvester Simovali. Back to you in studio.
Lutumezi, Juliet, Lutumezi, Sylvester, thank you so much also to Lawton and Elago for keeping the fort here between 6 and 9. A very good morning to you and yours, Namibia. My name is Den Vikisting. It is Monday, the 24th day of February 2025, and you tuned in to yet another very special tribute broadcast as we continue to pay homage to the life and legacy of our founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who was born on 12 May 1929 and who passed away at the age of 95 in the Namibian capital on Saturday, 8 February 2025. Now, today is also day 5 of the regional memorial services that started this past Thursday when the remains were received at State House by the chief mourner, that is the head of state and commander-in-chief of this republic, President Nangolo Mbumba. And we have witnessed memorial services starting in Umsati region, followed by Ohangwena. Ohangwena was followed by Kavango East, Zambezi, and Otjozondjupa is on today. We do know that the Namibian government has clustered a number of regions to ensure that as many Namibians as possible are able to pay homage, to pay tribute, to say goodbye to the man credited for the liberation of Namibia. And apart from Otjozondjupa, Grootfontein, that's scheduled for later today, of course, under the watch of the first citizen of Otjozondjupa, Governor James Weruka, who this morning told my colleagues that everything is in order, everything is ready as far as that memorial service is concerned. We do understand that Grootfontein is receiving some rains, but the remains of the founding president just left Pacha Airport, and the remains are expected to arrive at Grootfontein in the vicinity of 12 o'clock. Procession has become customary over the past couple of days, will follow before the memorial service at the stadium, and the body, of course, will lie in state again today, and the next destination will be Irongo, followed by Karas, and then Komas. We do know that the official memorial service is scheduled for Friday, that's the 28th day of February 2025 at the Independence Stadium. Again, the body will lie in state at the Independence Stadium throughout the night before the official burial that will be taking place at the Heroes Acre on the outskirts of the Namibian capital on Saturday, 1 March 2025. Now, we will be bringing you some updates on how the procession is going during the course of the morning. We certainly will bring you the official memorial service scheduled for Otjozondjupa and Grootfontein today. We'll also cross over to many of our foot soldiers, our teams on the ground, who have been ensuring on all platforms of the NBC that you remain abreast of all developments as they unfold in real time. Now, at the regional memorial services, various top-level government officials have been representing the chief mourner, that is the head of state, President Nangolo Mbumba. And as far as Otjozondjupa is concerned, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Professor Peter Kashavivi, will be speaking on behalf of the President of the Republic, and various dignitaries from that particular region, as well as the clustered regions, will also be present to pay homage, to pay tribute to a life well lived. As far as this session is concerned, we'll also be speaking to a motivational speaker to help us understand how one deals, how one processes grief, how one deals with a heart that may be shattered particularly during this difficult time. We'll also be speaking to a diplomat to hear the role that His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma did play. I listened to an engagement yesterday when former South African President Thabo Mbeki was on SABC, also paying tribute to the late Dr. Nujoma, and he said, as far as he's concerned, Dr. Nujoma remained a straight talker, one who did not mince his word, one who spoke off the cuff, and one whom you knew exactly where you stood with him. So those are the engagements that we have planned for you during the course of the next couple of hours. Please keep it locked here on all our platforms. We will be back. Welcome back, Namibia. You're watching a special tribute broadcast where we continue to pay homage to the life and legacy of the founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, who will be laid to rest in Windhoek this coming Saturday, that is at the Heroes Acre on the 1st of March 2025. Now, we've been honored over the last couple of days to be graced with Colonel Petrus Chilumbu's presence from the Namibian Defence Force to help us understand the context within which these proceedings take place, to help us understand exactly what is unfolding as it is unfolding. And this honor is bestowed on us again this morning. It's no different. We're again joined by Colonel Chilumbu for an update on what will be happening. Colonel, good morning to you, and thank you so much for making time for us once again.
Good morning, Denver, and good morning to Namibia.
Yeah, Colonel, today is day 5 of the regional memorial services. We do know that the remains of President Nujoma have left Pacha Airport in Katima en route to Grootfontein. Talk to us about that journey and the arrival of the remains, please.
The aircraft that is entrusted to carry the casket of our late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, left Zambezi region, to be specific, Pacha Airport, about 30 minutes ago. We are expecting this aircraft to arrive at Grootfontein Air Base at exactly 11:45. It's almost 2 hours flight. Upon the arrival of the casket or the aircraft in Grootfontein, it will be received. To be specific, we are expecting Honorable Peter Kachavivi, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the representative of the Chief Mona. We are also expecting some cabinet ministers. We're also expecting the governor of Otjozondjupa region and maybe other governors who are also joining. We're also expecting regional councillors. We are also expecting the deputy army commander at the airport. We are also expecting the mayor of Grootfontein. We are also expecting other senior military officers. We are also expecting members of the media. Those are some of the people that we're expecting to welcome the casket at Grootfontein Air Base. And then,
before we proceed, Colonel, we do know that Rundu received some showers during the regional memorial service in Kavango East over the weekend. At the present moment, showers are being received also in Otjozondjupa, specifically Grootfontein. Does that warrant a specific contingency, or is it business as usual?
No, business is as usual. the landing will be a normal landing as usual, and then the leadership of Otjozondjupa region have put everything in place for this upcoming memorial service in that region. So we are not expecting any delay at all. So immediately the casket has arrived at the stadium, which is Mokuti Stadium. It will immediately start.
Very well. So let's talk about once the casket has been received at the airbase by those dignitaries and is then scheduled to leave the airbase, gradually making its way to the stadium.
Yes. Upon the arrival of the casket at Grootfontein Air Base, what will happen, it's exactly what we have observing since day one when we started. The casket will be received by a quarter guard and a band from Air Force. That band will honor the arrival of the casket at Grootfontein Air Base, and then immediately the procession will start. Now, the following routes are the ones that are going to be used, and the route is as follows. From the airbase in Grootfontein, they will join the route called D830 route. That is the route from Gobabes into Grootfontein. That's the route they are taking up to the circle, and then at the circle, they will turn to their left, joining Kavango Road until at the traffic lights. And then at the traffic lights, they will turn to their left into Nujoma Street. Nujoma Street, they will follow it until at Omulunga. Not previously I indicated Mokuti, but it's Omulunga Stadium.
Yeah.
They will pass by Omulunga Stadium, proceeding with Nujoma Street up to single quarters. They'll pass again single quarters, proceed until they come to Makalani Primary School. At Makalani Primary School, they will turn into a street called Engelbert Gariseb Street, and then they proceed with that road facing the eastern direction. And then they will find, or they will turn into Winfred Ehweb Street, and that street will bring them back to Omulunga Stadium, and that's where the memorial service is going to take place.
Yeah. Just one moment, Colonel. As far as the route is concerned, is there a significance behind the specific route, behind the specific streets and roads? How are those selected?
These are the routes identified by the regional leadership that it will attract the public, large crowd.
So that as many people as possible are able to pay tribute.
Beside those ones in town, you want to take this casket to the people also, to the masses. And that's why the specific routes were selected. And we expect that the public will again come in big numbers and stand along the streets, waving their hands and paying their last respect to our founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
Very well. And once the casket arrives at the airport Omulunga Stadium, talk to us about what will happen then.
Again, upon the arrival of the casket at Omulunga Stadium, there is another quarter guard, and the band will be there to receive the casket at Omulunga Stadium, and also at the same time to lead into the official program to kick off. And the official program will automatically start, as in other regions, with national and AU anthems. And then the director of ceremony will take over the program.
Thank you very much, Colonel. We understand that a new chaplain will be present today. Talk to us about how that rotation works.
Again, we have the chaplain who was in the NDF chaplain who was in charge at Rundu, Lieutenant Colonel Hamukonda. He is the army chaplain. He is the one to lead the procession as it arrives at Omolonga Stadium.
And once the proceedings are underway and wrapped up, it's also, again, the same procedure as was the case over the last couple of days, Colonel?
Yes, once the procession or the program, the official program is done at Omolonga Stadium, we are expecting members of the public to view the body. And also after that, the same process will be followed of having the body laying in state until tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, before the NDF again collect it and proceed to the next region, which is Erongo.
Thank you so much, Colonel. We'll continue in a moment. Now, during his tenure as Swedish ambassador to Namibia between 1990 and 1995, Sten Rylander focused on supporting Namibia's transition to independence and fostering development and cooperation. His efforts were aimed at strengthening bilateral relations between Sweden and Namibia, thereby promoting good governance and aiding in the country's post-independence reconstruction. Now, Ambassador Rylander's work included, inter alia, collaborating with local authorities and international organizations to address key challenges such as poverty reduction, infrastructure development, as well as capacity building. Ambassador Rylander now joins us virtually with more. Greetings, Ambassador, and welcome to our special tribute broadcast.
Good morning to you.
Thank you so much for making time for us, Ambassador. Yes, now, Ambassador, the late President Sam Nujoma is often celebrated for his leadership and his vision. Can you provide us with some personal anecdotes or reflections on his impact on Namibia's growth and development as you had witnessed?
Yes, I can. Let me say that I convey our deep condolences to the family and to you, the nation. To the nation. We had an early and special relationship with Namibia, and came back to start 50, 60 years ago. And we had also a special relationship with the founding president, both myself and my wife, dealing with the assistance to SWAPO at the time in Angola. So when we saw independent Namibia, we had already these close ties with SWAPO leadership. Everybody had. In Nujoma, he struck me from the beginning of being very visionary. Yes, and he was determined and visionary. He knew what he was heading for, and it was a privilege to work with him.
Thank you for sharing that, Ambassador. Now, can you share some more memorable interactions that you had with the late President Nujoma, some of the collaborations that you had embarked upon, please?
Yeah. I think one very essential was to convey information to Comrade Nujoma and his government about what was going on in the world. And him handing over my credentials to him. He wanted all updated about development. And here you see, I went with him fishing for Namibia. I remember we sat down on the beach about stones, and here's a certificate of appreciation by Nujoma to my wife. She was very close to SWAPO.
Yeah. I actually worked in Angola.
Greetings to you, Madam. Thank you very much for joining our conversation.
Thank you. Because I was we're a couple and we had different roles. My husband was ambassador. I was the one on the ground working with the development cooperation with then SWAPO 85 to 88 in Angola. Went to the refugee camps in Costa Sul and all that. So make sure that the refugees were well cared for. And then in Namibia, I worked at the National.
Yes, madam.
Important for SWAPO to know what was going on, because the negotiations were done by the United States and Africa. They wanted to keep SWAPO out as a political. But I saw it as my role to lead the Namibians what was actually going on.
It must have been very difficult and challenging, Ambassador.
Very challenging indeed.
How did you navigate those difficult times?
Yeah, it was very difficult time. And you know, dealing with Ukraine, and that's a similar situation that the Russians and trying to negotiate without Ukraine being present.
Madam Barrett, you shared with us that you took care of the refugees, particularly in Angola as well. Would you like to share some of the memories, something that stands out for you from that time?
Well, I think there were others who also gave humanitarian support to the refugees. But it was the only country that had a personal representative, and that was so. Every month I went to the refugee camp in Kansasul, which meant also that became also part of the. So wasn't seen as a stranger, as somebody who was fighting the independence of India. So I had very, very close relationship with the leaders who were then, the president of SWAPO and the others, Asangula and Lungumba, who were responsible for education. So it was like it was not like danger to the Alice where they had their office, and also good contacts with the Light, who was so I can say that government of Namibia was and like friends of mine.
What do you remember most fondly about our founding president, and perhaps also the experiences that you had with our founding First Lady, Madam Kavango Nujoma?
Well, that it was when he considered my husband and myself as friends, as like officials. So we were invited also informally to their residence, both in Angola. And he used to come to our Swedish residence in Angola and every now and then sit and chat and buns that we made for him. So like a family relation.
Very well. Ambassador, as we're starting to wrap up our conversation this morning, we do know that Namibia faced specific challenges at the dawn of independence. How did you collaborate with the Namibian government to help us address those challenges as we transitioned into this democracy?
Yeah, that's a very critical process for us. You remember South Africa had things difficult And at that particular time, was very much by woman who, in spite of problems, stood steady and restarted the anti-process, UN process. You remember that after issue. So he didn't come down, he continued. He had his vision clear.
Yeah. Madam Barrett, perhaps some final thoughts from your side this morning, please?
Yeah, first, I'm so sad to see the founding father of the nation passed away. I think that from everything that he has done from the early days of the liberation, he stood firm and he has been like a very calm and determined person. So I can just that I miss the founding father as a friend, in him. So that's very, very happy that I started 80 to 95 as, close relationship, but still every to celebrate Independence Day. And then, of course, we have met every 5 years. So it's our lives, what I can say.
Indeed. Ambassador, and any final thoughts from your side, please?
Well, I just hope that Namibia will continue to do well. It's been still a shining example in the region to follow. Peace and stability.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your time, and thank you for sharing those precious memories, and thank you so much for your message of condolence.
Okay, thank you for this.
That was Ambassador Dr. Sten Rylander and Madame Barrett Rylander talking to us about their tenure as ambassadorial couple in Namibia between 1990 and 1995, sharing with us their fondest memories of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, but also expressing sorrow over the passing of Dr. Nujoma. Now we continue with our conversation with Colonel Shulumbu. Colonel, before we get into the particulars of the program for Otjozondjupa, is there something that you'd like to highlight, something that you'd like to bring under the attention of members of the public as they will be witnessing the procession, but also the proceedings? Last night on the Wheels of Justice here on NBC1, we engaged your colleague about concerns that members of the public are also raising. We do know that there's a prohibition on taking specific photographs, and it would appear that some members of the public are still not able to honor that, and we do know that it's a matter that needs to be taken seriously. So is there something from your perspective that you'd also like to flag at this juncture?
Yes, it is prohibited for one to take a close-up photo or a video clip of the late while he is resting in a casket, very close up. It will not be also fair for you yourself being taken and even your family feel comfortable. You'll be taking a picture while you are in a casket, and later on you will see this picture circulating on social media, even with some bad comments may come in. So we will not allow anyone to take pictures of the face, but we can allow you to take pictures of the casket from a distance. That's not a problem. As long as the casket is closed, you can take a picture. But I also want to highlight to members of the public that we will not also allow those who are operating private drones to any of the memorial service. We have observed some private drones in Rundu, Kavango East, and as from now on, as from yesterday, we will not allow any private drones to come in who are not authorized. And on top of that, some of these people are unlicensed. and they are not.
And that's a criminal offence.
Yes, and on top of that, they supposed even to obtain the necessary requirements, documents, and even to liaise with Namibia Civil Aviation Authority. For one to fly a drone, you need to have a license as a drone pilot. You need to be trained as a drone pilot. You need also to book or give your flight details to Namibia Civil Aviation Authority. And there are other requirements that the members of the public should familiarize themselves before they can start flying these drones. We know we are heading to other regions, Erongo, Keetmans, and then Karas, and then back to Khomas. Even in Khomas, we are not going to entertain anyone flying a private drone. For whatever purpose it is. We'll make sure that we'll bring these drones down, and we'll mean it, and it should be known, and people should really take it serious, and we are very serious with it. We cannot have heads of states coming from other countries, and then we have more than 6 or 10 drones flying around the stadium. We can't. We'll only allow those who are authorized to do so. And if you try your drone to bring it there or to fly from a far distance,
you will face the full wrath of the law.
We'll make sure that we'll bring it down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Colonel, I would imagine firstly it's about respect, and it's about the dignity of the person of the founding president and the father of the Namibian nation. And as you rightfully put it, we will be receiving dignitaries from across the globe who will be here to pay homage. And we certainly need to maintain their safety and security at all times.
Exactly.
And there are processes, there are proceedings that ought to be followed, there are requirements that need to be complied with, and unless you are an authorized service provider, even as far as it relates to capturing footage, you may not be there.
At this stage, we have only authorized NBC to fly, we've authorized MICT to fly, and then ourselves, the Namibian Defence Force, and then maybe other security sector that will come on board, but an individual will not be entertained to fly a drone for their private use.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And do not take pictures
Do
of
not.
the body of the founding president.
Do not. We can allow you to take the casket from a distance, even a close-up of the casket as the procession is also moving. That's not a problem. But the moment you come close to when you are viewing the body, you are not allowed to take pictures or video clips.
Thank you so much for highlighting that, Colonel, and Namibians need to heed that call. Now, moving back to Otjozondjupa, that is where the regional memorial service will take place today, the 24th day of February 2025. We do know that the theme is celebrating a revolutionary and honoring an African icon. Colonel had shared with us earlier that after proceeding through the town of Grootfontein from the air base this morning, ultimately the memorial service will take place at Umlunga Stadium, Grootfontein constituency. Now, the directors of proceedings for today are Honorable Elder Philip, Councillor for Grootfontein constituency, Otjozondjupa region, as well as Mr. Gerard Dafenongo, Regional Director for Education, also in the Erongo region. Would you like to take us through the rest of the program, please, Colonel?
Yes, we are expecting members of the public to arrive at Umlunga Stadium at 12:30. And then at exactly 1 o'clock, we are also expecting the arrival of the family members. We are also expecting the arrival of the veterans of the liberation struggle at 13:15. And then at 13:25, we are expecting the arrival of the service chiefs. We are also expecting the arrival of the dignitaries and traditional leaders at 13:30. And then at 13:35, we are expecting the arrival of the cabinet ministers and members of parliament. And then at 13:40, we are expecting the arrival of the children. We are also expecting that the casket should arrive at 10 minutes to 2 after it has gone through the town and the location where the masses are.
Along the route that you explained earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then we are at the same time, when the casket arrives, it's also the same time that we are expecting Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the representative of the Chief Mourner. And then immediately at 1400 hours, that's when we are late. But if the casket arrives earlier, we will not wait for 1430. I mean for 1400 hours. We'll start exactly immediately at 1400 hours. That's when the national and AU anthems are going to be played or sing. And then we are to be welcomed by Honorable James Weruka, the governor of Otjozondjupa region, and then a hymn to be delivered by Soli Dio Gloria, I think it's a choir, and then a devotion and a prayer by the relevant Reverend Mayor from the Lutheran Church, and then the eulogy, again, it will be delivered by the Honorable Pendukeni Mvula Itana, former member of Parliament.
And we know that she's also the deputy chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation.
Exactly. Yeah. And she has been doing this even in other regions, Zambezi, Kavango East, and then also in Enana, in Ohangwena region. And then she will be followed by a performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. And then we'll cross over to tributes. We are expecting a message to be delivered on behalf of the former Plain Combatants Association by Honorable Bartolomeus Shangeta, the regional coordinator. We are also expecting a message or a tribute message on behalf of the family by Lieutenant General retired Martin Charlie. We are also expecting a tribute message to be delivered on behalf of the traditional authorities by Chief Sem Kadembedi of the Kadembedi Royal House. We are also expecting another performance coming from the Namibian Defence Force military band. A message of the SWAPO party by Comrade Ims Namaseb, SWAPO party regional coordinator in Otjozondjupa region. Another tribute, another performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band will follow after that.
Can we just park there for a brief moment, Colonel, as far as the military band is concerned? Is their main mandate within the Namibian Defence Force to perform at such occasions? Or what does their mandate comprise?
Yeah, the NDF military band is there to perform at any national events, be it a commemoration of Heroes Day, be it at Kasinga Day, be it, as long as it's a national day, be it an Independence Day. And in this case, we are honoring and respecting and saying goodbye to our founding father. And this arrangement is within the state funeral arrangement because it is the Defence Force that has been entrusted to carry out the procession. And that's why we are bringing in the NDF military band. If there were no choirs, obviously they will be doing all the performances alone. But now in this case where there are choirs, they also give chance to the other choirs and then they come on board again to perform any item that is requested. Yes.
And singing, we know, is a truly Namibian feature during times such as these when we say goodbye. But thank you very much for that important information around the mandate of the military band.
Okay,
the
program is well packed, well packed.
It is.
Yeah, and then we again expect now the message by Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and also the representative of the Chief Mourner. And then vote of thanks by Honorable Bakera, the Chairperson of the Otjozondjupa Regional Council. And then announcement by the Director of Ceremonies. And then benediction by Reverend Mayor from the Lutheran Church. And then last but not least, we are expecting now the NDF band again to come back to play the AU and national anthem before the viewing of the body. And then again, as it has happened in other regions, the body will lay in state for the whole night, where the members of the public are given that opportunity to come and pay their last respect. You know, Otjozondjupa region also combined with one part of Omaheke and even one part of Oshikoto, all these people can still make it and come pay their last respect. Whatever time they are able to turn up, the casket will be still there in Omulunga Stadium, waiting and until tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much for that update on the program, Colonel. Now, despite the challenges that we flagged earlier relating to some Namibians taking photographs that are prohibited, as far as drones that are prohibited are concerned, we have witnessed many Namibians showing utmost respect and complying with the virtues of dignity. What is your take on what has been happening in this country over the last couple of days and how we've been behaving ourselves as a nation, how we've been behaving as a people, saying goodbye to the founding president of the Republic of Namibia?
We appreciate those Namibians who have been behaving very well and adhering to the protocols as it was set already. It gives a picture that Namibians always adhere to rules and procedures whenever they are set. And this time around, we are not expecting people to misbehave. The selling of alcohol, you have seen in some regions, whenever the memorial service is being conducted in their region, those alcohol outlets are closed, and some bars are even closed, which is a good move, because a one-day closure, it's not when you're supposed to become rich. No, it's just to give that respect. And there are also some business people who have been calling others to say, let's join hands as a nation, close your business in big number, let's stand up and go and pay the respect of our late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
There have also been some very emotional scenes. We've seen young and old line up the streets for a very long time just to catch a glimpse of the casket, a glimpse of the procession, and that has been quite remarkable to witness. Is there something specific that stands out for you from what we've seen over the last couple of days, starting this past Thursday, Colonel?
Yeah, the departure of our founding father have touched many people, not only Namibia, worldwide. And Namibians, be it a child, be it whoever it is, they are all touched by the departure of the founding father. This is the man who led the liberation struggle, who is well known. The history, it speaks by itself, and any child who knew Nujoma, we want even to say goodbye to him. They want also to go and celebrate together with the masses at any venue where the memorial service has been organized. And you have seen all of them coming in big numbers in school uniforms, turning up along the street. You have seen them praising him, celebrating his life, telling what he has done for the country. And that is true, that the men have done a lot. It is now up to us as a Namibian nation again to take it further where they left us, the two late presidents. Yes.
President Thabo Mbeki, former South African president, told South African Broadcasting Corporation that the death of Uncle Sam, as he says, he called our founding president, is certainly the end of an era, the end of an era of revolutionary fighters who saw to it that many of the countries on the African continent attained their independence. And what you're pointing out now is that his work may be done, but those of us who remain behind certainly have a very serious responsibility to honor the legacy and to continue along the trajectory that they had paved for us. So the body will lie in state at the Omlunga Stadium at Grootfontein until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And from there, what is expected to happen?
Tomorrow morning, just as it has been happening in all other regions, tomorrow morning, as from 6 o'clock, the military will start preparing again the casket to the next destination. So they will collect the casket from Omulunga, joining the same Nujoma street back to the airport at airbase Grootfontein, and then there will be again another quarter guard and military band to honor and respect the departure of the casket to Erongo. It has been a practice throughout the regions that the quarter guard at the airport has to make sure that it receives and see off the casket as it either arrives or departure at any airport to another region. So this is exactly what we are also expecting to see tomorrow.
For those who may be tuning in for the first time and who are not familiar with the term a quarter guard, could you kindly explain that for us,
A quarter
please?
guard is a number of troops that are lining at any military establishment, either at the entrance, welcoming and receiving a senior officer. It can be also a minister. It can be any dignitary who is to be respected. So in this case now, there is a number of troops who are delegated to be at the airport with weapons, and then they are commanded to say present arms or general salute, and then they are paying the respect, okay? They paying the respect to the casket, or they are paying the respect to the late founding president as he is arriving in that region, and also as he is leaving the region. And that's why they are there to pay that honor and respect. Yes.
And the same will happen for the remaining region after Erongo being Kharas, after which, of course, we do know that the casket will be flown back to Khomas as we prepare for Saturday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Going to Erongo, the same process will be followed. When they depart, when they arrive, and then when they departure. Also in Kharas, the same procedure will be applied, or the same protocol will be applied. Coming back also in Khomas, we will also again welcome the casket as it was sent off or seen off.
From the Grootfontein Air Base, the destination is the Walvis Bay International Airport. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, to Walvis Bay International Airport.
Yeah. What is the primary consideration as far as a destination is concerned? You know, we do know that the casket departed from Siakutako International Airport as opposed to Eros Airport here. So is there a specific or a primary consideration under those circumstances?
Not that much. The most important part is to have an airport, because it makes it easier. You remember when we started from Ondangwa to Enana?
From Andimba to Yatwawa Airport.
That route was long, and it was the longest one on the road.
And that certainly had an impact also on time in the end.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the program was late, delayed. The program was delayed, but we have adjusted because in Zambezi region, for example, the distance was short. So they started earlier with their program. We are also expecting the same in Otjozondjupa. They will start early because the route procession will not take that long.
And also the distance between the air base and town
exactly,
is
it's
not
very
that
short.
vast.
In Erongo, it will be a little bit different because the airport, it's almost the same like the one at Zambezi, the distance. It's about, we can say 15 kilometers. And then you have to drive to Walvis Bay, and then finally to Kwisebond Stadium. So we'll see how things will unfold. But everything, it's planned, and everything is still in place and intact.
And kudos to the NDF, and kudos to the organizing committees. And we do know that there are various of those who've been executing. Also, we learn through what happens on the ground in one region. And we tweak and we adjust and we make sure that we do better the next time around.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's now almost 10:15, Colonel, and you earlier told us that in the vicinity of 11:45,
we are expecting that aircraft to land at Grootfontein Air Base.
So it's about 30 more minutes.
Yes, and we'll keep tracking how far they
absolutely
and update you also.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Indeed, that is Colonel Petrus Shulumbu from the Namibian Defence Force, keeping us abreast of all developments as far as the Regional Memorial Service is concerned, including the logistics. Now, following the departure of the late founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, final goodbye is the most distressing, unconsidered word to say. The heart is in grief, disbelief, anger and guilt may also follow, knowing what had lived is no more, but their spirit continues to live on. This morning we're joined telephonically by Romanus Shiaka, a motivational speaker, to help us make sense of what it is that we're going through both individually and collectively. Good morning, Romanus.
Yes, good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Under the circumstances, we're doing very well, thank you. Now, Romanus, the late founding president and father of the Namibian nation, was an influential figure who focused, amongst others, on nation building, economic development, and reconciliation. Talk to us about who he was to and for you.
Thank you for the opportunity. To me, the late Dr. was a luminary icon, a beacon of determination, and a beacon of hope. He was the father of our nation who envisioned a free and prosperous Namibia, and he has seen it beyond the struggle of his life. As a young man, I look at him as a symbol of strength and resilience. He was someone who had a clear vision, hard work, and unwavering belief, because he believed that the impossible can be made into reality. I personally recognize Dr. Nujoma as a true hero of freedom because of his steadfast determination in making independence a reality.
Thank you for sharing those insights and thank you for those reflections, Romanus. Now, you sharing with us that he was a symbol of true strength and resilience, a beacon of hope. He was certainly a profound person. How do you believe the founding president impacted your life as a motivational speaker and the life of your fellow Namibians?
As a motivational speaker, Dr. Nujoma's influence on my life is so profound, as I can draw strength from his resilience and commitment to the nation's future and the future of its citizens. Because he was always putting people first and pushing for economic development. As well, he was prioritizing reconciliation. According to what he has been saying and according to his actions, he demonstrated that true leadership is about serving and lifting others. It's not about only lifting yourself. It is about taking someone from point A to point B.
Very well. Now, many have referred to his timeless attributes and qualities. Are there specific attributes, specific qualities that you'd like to highlight that made him very special and certainly unforgettable?
Yes, there are some qualities. The late founding president is unforgettable because he had a very rare combination of qualities, such as a visionary quality. That means, in social saying, that he was always thinking about the nation's future and our future. The late founding president loved this nation from the depth of his heart because he had the ability in uniting a diverse nation which has never been a monolithic nation, but it has been a nation of multi-ethnic, multilingual, and multiracial. So where he has been leading people from all walks of life, from different backgrounds, whether civilized or marginalized, but he has been able to lead all the people in an extraordinary way. The late founding president, Dr. Nujoma, had qualities such as selflessness, because he did not consider himself that much, and he had courage in fighting for independence. And he had hope. He hoped that one day Namibia is going to be independent, which is this quality they will forever endure with us and inspire generations.
His selflessness is definitely one of the qualities that has been hailed over the past 2 weeks, and it is an unforgettable attribute. Now, we have a responsibility to honor his legacy. What ways exist from your perspective that we can honor the legacy of the late founding president?
In honoring the legacy of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma legacy, one must live with a purpose in life. So the purpose that has been guided by the values that our late founding president has once cherished, especially that one of unity and commitment, as well as that one of patriotism to the betterment of our nation, to the betterment of our society and our living standards. We should ensure we build Namibia that is peaceful, prosperous, inclusive, and fairness. And he has done that already. As young people, we must advocate for education following his footsteps, where he has already laid foundation in managing, despite of his age, he obtained 11 qualifications. So what else will hinder us as young people from following his footsteps?
Very well. Now, for those young people who may want to embark on a journey of leadership, who have aspirations to also become leaders, to perhaps also become presidents, what is it that we can draw from his leadership journey?
From him, I have learned a lesson that leadership is about being in a consistent, honest, and in a determination that can lead you to a mastery level, and that can lead you to achievement. And another lesson that stands out to me from Dr. Sam Nujoma's leadership is his ability to communicate his vision in a clear and passionate manner. And his focus on nation building was rooted in his understanding of people's struggle. And that is something that I carry with me in my journey as a national speaker.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Romanus. Do you have any final thoughts before we let you go?
My final thoughts go to the young leaders who admire our late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. We should understand that leadership is about serving others. It is not about personal gain. Just like the Bible says in the Gospel according to Mark chapter 10, verse 45, it reads as follows: even the Son of Man did not come to be saved, but he came to save and give his life to redeem many people. So this scripture, it has been fulfilled by our late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Dr. Sam Nujoma, he has emerged from a humble beginning. So he was moved far away from the halls of power. So no matter wherever walk of life you come from, your dreams are valid as long as you apply hard work, sacrifice, and unity. Sometimes we must not fear in taking risks. So you may take a risk that can lead you to the achievement, so that you can make a lasting impact in your life and the life of others. And we should seek knowledge, and we should never forget that we can be the future leader of our nation.
Romanus, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for those insights. Thank you for those reflections.
Thank you very much.
That was motivational speaker Romanus Shiaka with his take on the leadership journey of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who passed away in the Namibian capital on Saturday, 8 February 2025, and will be laid to rest at the National Heroes Acre this coming Saturday, 1 March 2025. Colonel Romanus says what stood out for him is how selfless a leader Dr. Nujoma was, and that the primary purpose of leadership is to serve. And according to him, that was personified by the founding president. Are there any attributes and qualities of the founding president that stand out for you?
For him to be a hardworking person, as he has put it, he lived a different lifestyle. The late founding president was a man who only slept between 2 hours and 3 hours. That's one thing. Even if he get into his room, and according to the people who were very close to him, I'm talking about the soldiers who used to be very close to him, those we called close protection. They will tell you that even if the late His Excellency Dr. Nujoma went into the room as if he went to sleep, he doesn't go to bed immediately. You either find him still awake, listening to a radio, or reading a book. That are some of his characteristics.
Commitment and dedication.
Yes. Yeah. Or you'll find him waking up early morning at 3 o'clock, reading a book, or writing a certain task that want to be completed. And then exactly at 5 o'clock, he will want to go for exercises. If the area is confined and he cannot or he's not allowed to go out because of the security, the close protection will always advise him, and he always listened. So if he's confined to a certain area, he will do those exercises
within that area.
Within that area surrounding, even going around the building. So he will make sure that he do the exercises in the morning, every morning. But then 7 o'clock, he's always, or he was always in the office, on the table already. While most of us, we wait only 8 o'clock, because office hours start from 8 to 5. You always want to come at 8, you don't want to come early. So as him being a head of state, by then, he used to be in the office by 7 o'clock, you see. So, and he was always on time. And one thing also, he never missed any of his meals. And whatever he eats, he was very conscious. Very, very conscious. He always select what to eat.
Thank you, Colonel. Yeah. Thank you so much for highlighting that for us. Now, our colleague Faith Sankwasa is on standby at the Grootfontein military base for an update. Colleague, we now cross over to you.
Okay. Good morning there in the studio. Good morning, everyone. We are here at the Grootfontein airport base, where the Falcon has just arrived. If you can see you can see me in the back. If you can see in the background, the Falcon has arrived. The dignitaries are all on the tarmac, welcoming those ones that have flown in from Zambezi region, Pacha Airport. They are all here awaiting for the remains of the founding president. As you can see, it's raining, but we are still braving it on. As indicated earlier, that the program still remains the same. Initially, the governor had indicated to us that the remains were going to be arriving at 12 o'clock. We then had to shift a bit 2 hours earlier. This is why we are here right now. But the procession will commence as soon as they are done with the small services that they are going to be having here at the airport base. As you can see there, They are now embarking from the tarmac into the offices of the garrison here at the Nujoma garrison.
You're done.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, colleague Faith Sankwasa, updating us from the Grootfontein Air Force Base Airport. Talk to us about how we're doing in terms of time, Colonel.
The moment you see the Falcon has arrived, we are also expecting the other aircraft also to arrive. It's only that the Falcon is faster. The other one, it's not a Falcon, it's an air transport aircraft. So we expect the aircraft still to make its way by 11 o'clock at least. We are expecting the arrival of the aircraft in Grootfontein Air Base. Yeah.
So within the next half an hour, certainly?
At least, they should be arriving.
Yeah. And what is to happen now between this moment of the arrival of the Falcon and the arrival of the casket?
No, we have people on the ground preparing everything. You have seen those ones who came from the Falcon taking their position already to receive the casket. So everything is on the ground, and even the quarter guard should be ready also by this time, and the preparation of the airport it's also underway for them to make sure that the runway is clear, that there's nothing to cause any problem, and let's see what will happen in the next 30 minutes.
Now, we did see the slight drizzle in Grootfontein there at the airport. However, you shared with us earlier that is not cause for concern. We need not be worried at this stage.
Yeah. There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing. Everything is under control.
Does that mean it's an eventuality that you would have made provision for?
Yes, everything it's under control, as I stated. If anything come up, we always have plan B. Yes, if plan A did not work, plan B will be applied.
And plan B is no less important. Yeah. What we're doing is a first of its kind for this country, Colonel. Talk to us about what it takes without disclosing any classified particulars, but just generally what one needs to do in terms of getting ready for an operation of the scope and magnitude, because it's never been done before in this country.
Number one, you have to mobilize manpower. Since this procession has started, the Namibian Defence Force has committed about 5,000 men and women in uniform. Those are deployed countrywide, especially to those regions, because you don't want people to rush to the next region. So that's why we have already deployed individuals to make sure that in a certain region they are responsible to handle the procession. But there are those ones who are entrusted to be in the plane throughout. People like the pole bearers and the bearers. And
they are on duty throughout.
They are on duty throughout. They are with a casket throughout, from Windhoek to all the regions and back to Windhoek. But then you have seen the chaplains. It's just like your NBC crew. The crew that covered in Tunda, it's not the same crew that went to Rundu or to Katima. It's exactly the same. We have also delegated certain officers to be
alternate
in certain regions. So if, for example, those ones who were responsible in Rundu, they did not proceed to Katima. They have to obviously to come to Grootfontein, which is the nearest. And those ones who are coming from Katima today, they will proceed straight from Katima to Walfish Bay. So that's how it is. And then those ones who are at Grootfontein, they will proceed to Keetmans. Those ones who are coming from Walfish Bay, they will proceed to Khomas.
Thank you, Colonel.
Yeah.
Now, our colleague Evelyn Paulus is standing by at the Umlunga Stadium with an update. Colleague Evelyn, it's over to you.
Here in Grootfontein for the regional memorial for Otjozondjupa. I'm currently joined by, that is 88 years old Reino Johannes, who said he knew the founding father, the late founding father personally. She's going to tell us how he knew him. Tate Reino? Turombolo tare kucha Dr. Nakusa semokwa umshingini.
Tate Nujoma onkokoli wetu undentsea shoka ya okuza ko shwazi kombanta ya onkokoli utwe ampano aluheshawa za tatu ya ampano ontikhare kukala ko ontihoye kukala ndi komeho aluhe oheata ta frifa kon monzi ta choshilongo shoshoka ya aluhe otati shilongo shoka nanika ukatarumi ya onkokoli otashiti okwali olumentu ngoka enombili shatea otea de tempopisa amuhe kashite zibulukwa esimbolimwe shoka ya etutale pomuno bakakantumba mo hotela otse na tate kuruo tate kaingopa ya otashiti atuhe otwali twakantumba ko shitafura shimwe ike shimwe ashike shoka onkokoli twakantumba otaiti otwape ulalero nonokuli tere onkokoli okwakusa okwati otali ndere otaja ashike shimbombo ndere onkokoli okwetera olusindo ndere shimwe ashike olusindo okwacha otali nonyala ya ukwe pali panono kulio omarufu nikulutenga ndere onkokoli okwachetere injomea satunomea shotwakala monsitu satunomea ya otashiti twalinga twakumwa ngai umwe na tango ndakala ya ndimo ya otaiti twakantumbani na tango utafreifa monse wanje tati ukatarume ngeta mweso shilongo geika kwaterenya ano na komeho ano otwakala aruhe tulino na presidente ngaka ihesha ondiri ngeika onduvite oruhozi komachon kwetu
ewa tatekuru Reino tokupandura. That was 88 years old Mr. Reino Johannes. That was, yes, just telling us, on how he remembered the founding father, saying that he knew him personally and that he described him as a peaceful leader who came back from exile and told him that, take care of the town. We are also joined by two other Grootfontein residents that just want to pay their tribute to the late founding father. Yes, how do you describe the founding? How does the country losing him, how does it mean to you?
It is indeed something. It's something that is really touching us in terms of us youth, but it's also something that is also teaching us, because his death is teaching us that in whatever we are doing, we must be strong and work hard and just to move forward. It is not the end of the world. We lost him, yes, but let us also try to make him proud. As he is gone, let us do what he did as the youth. Let us push and go forward.
All right, just to ask, did you get a chance to meet him, and what did you learn from him?
Although we did not get a chance to meet him, what we learned from him was very big. We learned a lot from him, which still what we are doing, some of it we are doing it now. And then we won't disappoint him, and we'll keep praising him, although he's not here with us.
All right, thank you so much. We are also joined by yet another resident of Grootfontein that also just want to, pay tribute and just tell us how she remembers the late founding president. Moro Mama, how do you remember the late founding president? Did you get a chance to meet him? Mwingiro Sherero.
Mwapenduka? Amimbeamba okuye ku yanjonjo dikiro ko president anje ami president anje hino sheishe biurisi to bina obiwambie nyisitira ami simbiri ne bakura mara mbino mbulo milongo hambo mbali na hambo ndatu mihito milongo hambo mbali na moyo ami kukongwera shira sho president anje bakongwera mwana ndi 62 ambino 16 yare atuli oswano no SWAPO Monandi 63 atuhani koswano okota be koswano tatuwa koswapo okoto wengi abe mbeno munyo nampata atuwa koswapo etunji atukongero swapo etu president etunji anje matusha atuha kuhena kwambo wakota be bakamburwa moshawana ushira sho bakwetu iya atukongero shira wakota mbaka kama freestyle atukonjo kube hindiro unako habe pite mo freestyle tatuwa matukonjere mehindi ngamba okusha bakupire moshira sho SWAPO hi kwamba tate sema ngumba kula menemba o njishito shina simbihina meka themba simbali muudhe wanje mukatiko ofarama simbiri simba ya puya shat mwashi wanje ngwa shuhere ngudambiri mo biungura mshimesha chimatu yapo mbero kula katuna kuhitingira kuna obe ashi wandu ambaendero wandu hendero o mbero mbamba la mumo yungura na uye kwanga ndapo yanje ekare ipe no mwashi wanje mukanga nangu heripo atuka karambo atutunwa nawa kambi nyishangero sheke shangero sheke nji omwashi ngwa shango no mora ashangana bimwe bali nukufa kuja mafa kunyifutira onjanje ihenjo timatu yapo mbanga ngono no mora imu yaso apeshi barara shikotoke akara kwamba barara shikotoke obatu atu kwara matu serikali atukotoka chiri ashakala ndonja tuyaro nja tunjuna yonji mutu ambapila wewe ombe londa hina kuibanga utite makoronishi umuhona wanje ngishina ushe himude mbebi hina kumudemba ekala no hibara mamhingire komosho wanje kusha kukwale wango kyaruke bango mojo wanje njima shiri mama shiri ngoro SWAPO ngahi mokoka be kumunu njuo president atwe kuhama ko biti hamatu libuno president amesha chitwa kutoka konganda kwetu kufara mesha nje hupa kombanje the batu fare tuze pongombo ya lipopo shundonene tutwa moshukumbeka tutwara mama ko ambasha chiri ndangi tate nje masha ngunya ko nambano kwambo iwango nyama ngombo ushanike na kuri kuriarwe ushimbakala puno president anje njina mama kwambo etwaro koka kunino eraisiro kakunino kwali na kopanga ndepe olondiro lombaruru shiri anaru hende shibiri ko farama ya onja mabeto nongo kusha mwapendukabi ameto nongo chwa ne ondiro no president anje shimba konjele hindi puna amesha munjo president anje mero pandela nji ngake ubandu muno ngutukiro yata desema shimya muye mhone ngwi umisa ko komando uye na kwarika wetu binabi hembya hindirwa shimuna mose sha hindirwe ko shiwana sha islaira ojo yabihe we kumana nambano muhona we muisana abihembya hindiwa mana mbasha so kwetena ene ulidi kwamatu shitwinga tutoro hangenja toro president etu katukande munusubero alikane shasha SWAPO atuhina ushira SWAPO shirike aumbo uya ulidi ngatukambula ne pomake alikane sera haleluya alikane kaende na president anje to.
Thank you, Mama. That was one of the residents of Otjozondjupa that is here in Grootfontein, that is just sharing her story on how she knew the founding, and also the founding's wife saying that they have done a lot in her life. We are still going to be here at the stadium to bring you update. It is no longer raining. It was drizzling, but the rain has completely stopped. And the pickup, people have started coming in numbers. And yeah, we will remain on the ground to give you an update.
So, Honorable Speaker, we are here now at the Grootfontein airport base, waiting for the remainder of the founding president. Please take us through what can we expect. We understand that it's also raining at the point in time.
Well, we are ready to receive the remains of our founding president. We are equally blessed on the day when the remains are arriving in Otjozondjupa. It is being received by the blessing of the Almighty God, through providing the rain. We cannot complain. I know it's going to disrupt things a little bit, but I think we are happy to have the rain as well. We are looking forward to paying our respect to our leader. And we are getting ready. People are still arriving from various corners of the great region of Otjozondjupa. And I think we are all looking forward to being together at an event that is already decided upon. So I expect things to go as smooth as possible.
Yeah, my name is Ken Kibucho, the mayor of Otjozondjupa, and we are here at the airport just to receive the remains of our founding father. Yeah, and what is, as you can see, it is really a memorial that is planned for the region, and we are expecting a lot of visitors, just to afford him a befitting memorial service. Yeah, indeed, we are all here as the leadership of the town and the region, just to also pay homage to the icon of the liberation struggle.
Good morning, sir. We are here now at the Grootfontein Airport base, where we are waiting for the remains of the founding president. Perhaps maybe just before we start, you are the SWAPO coordinator for the Otjozondjupa region. Correction. Please take us through a bit his impact in the SWAPO party.
Good morning. Thank you very much. We are ready. Otjozondjupa is ready. Everything is in place to welcome the remains of our founding president, part of the nation. It's a sad moment, but we have to honor him properly. We're receiving him now at the airport. Just waiting for the plane to land, and then from here we'll process and this will start. For the impact that our founding president make the SWAPO party, it's tremendous. It's a big impact. He is the founder, one of the founders of the SWAPO party. He fought against his South African regime to free this country. And I think the fact that we are free today, it gives us a comfort we are here to honor him for what he has done for this country and for SWAPO Party. SWAPO Party is strong. It has become stronger and more united now. And this kind of reasons are giving us more power, more courage to come together as a party and make sure that it made us community.
My name is Patrick Percy Hoku, the SWAPO Regional Treasurer of Otjozondjupa region, also serving as the principal of Ohangwena Primary School. I have come to honor the Moses of Namibia. When God has been looking for someone to send to release the oppressed Namibians, he found the son of the soil, His Excellency, Comrade Stem Savishuna Nujoma. And it is indeed this gallant son that went out of this country as Moses was sent out of Egypt to go and mobilize resources so that he can rescue and liberate the Namibian nation from the yoke of colonialism, oppression, as well as the yoke of tyranny and human dignity. It is indeed a good and celebratory mood in which we are. Yes, we are sad, but we are also celebrating the life of His Excellency, Dr. Sem Savishuna. What a son, what a Moses, what a representative and an icon, a liberation hero, a revolutionary, an icon that has lived for us to see for 95 years. Indeed, the time has come to say goodbye. But there is one thing that we need to be rest assured. The rain that we see and feel on our shore, that is a sign of the blessings of Tatekulu Stem Nujoma. Indeed, we are blessed to be Namibians. Yes, he is the icon. He will live long in our hearts and in our minds. May the revolutionary spirit of Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma, His Excellency, the founding president of the Namibian nation, the father of the Namibian house, may that revolutionary spirit live long. Long live Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma. Long live SWAPO Party. Long live the Namibian nation.
welcome back. If you're just joining us, good morning to you and yours. You tuned into a very special broadcast as we continue to pay homage to the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation, who passed away in the Namibian capital on Saturday, 8 February 2025. Now, we've seen the military aircraft with the remains of Dr. Nujoma safely arrive at the Grootfontein military base in the Otjozondjupa region, where the 5th Regional Memorial Service is expected to take place later today. Now, as we continue honoring the legacy of founding President Sam Nujoma, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Sarah Madila, now joins us in studio to share her experience whilst working with the late President Nujoma. Now, she has been a member of the National Assembly and served as the Minister of Finance under the administration of Dr. Sam Nujoma between 2003 and 2005. She is also the first woman to serve as Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia. Her career spans over various significant roles in different ministries before rising to become the Prime Minister. And she now joins us to tell us more. Good morning, Madam Prime Minister, and thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Our sincere condolences also to you.
Thank you very much. Condolences to all of us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Before we get into our conversation, we've seen the military aircraft touch safely at the Grootfontein military base with the remains of our founding president. What do you make of the manner in which Namibians have been conducting themselves over the last couple of days as we continue to honor our hero, Dr. Sam Nujoma?
Yes, Dr. Sam Nujoma has been a father figure for Namibians across our cultural and political diversities, and this is demonstrated in the manner in which people are pouring out their emotions and reaching out to where the memorial services are being held to pay their respects and grieve together with other Namibians the passing of our founding father.
Now, Madam, the news of the passing of our founding president reached us barely a year after the nation had to deal with the blow of losing its sitting president. How has the news reached you, and talk to us about your perspective?
Indeed, February is turning out to be a very difficult month for Namibia. And yes, the news of the passing of the founding president was deeply saddening. We note that the founding father was advanced in age. He was living the years of grace, as we are taught through the Bible. We also are aware of the fact that he has been unwell for some time, but we had hoped that he would pull through, as he has done several times before. And also, when you really love someone, you wish they would stay longer or even forever if that was possible. So we were wishing that he would stay longer, and we started to believe that he would stay longer. So we were heartbroken when we received the news of his passing. But we realized that he has done so much for Namibia. He has brought us freedom. He has helped us to emerge from war to become a peaceful, united Namibian nation. We have a solid foundation in terms of the laws and institutions and processes that we have put in place. We have realized a lot in terms of social and economic development. So we have a lot to be grateful for. And we should therefore celebrate him at this time as he is, or as he has departed from us, and hold on to the legacy so that we can also make him proud.
Mourning his death, but celebrating his life and holding on to the legacy.
Yes.
How old were you when you first had the name Sam Nujoma? And talk to us about the manner in which this name, this revolutionary figure, inspired you whilst you were growing up.
Actually, I think I heard about Sam Nujoma the first time when I was maybe 10 or 11 years, I remember. But I could not fully grasp the whole politics of colonialism and resistance against colonialism and liberation struggle until one day in a history class when I was in Standard 2, the teacher kept emphasizing that the Europeans came to Namibia through South Africa. The first European arrived in South Africa in this year, and then they crossed the Orange River and came to Namibia in this year. So I asked the person, so it means Europeans have not always been here? And the teacher said, no. Then I was like, why are they ruling us then? And because if you have a homestead, you have your parents, they must set the rules for the homestead. I say, why are they here? Why do they do all these things? It seems people don't want them here. Why do they insist on staying here? And the teacher said, no, if we don't want them, they can always leave. Then I remember Sam Nujoma. Then I said, but I thought that's what Sam Nujoma is fighting against. He doesn't want them. But I didn't understand the first time I heard about Sam Nujoma that the Europeans came as colonizers. I just noted that there was a conflict somehow. And from there, I became fascinated with Sam Nujoma. I started to think, well, if these people came here, they took our land, they killed our people, they are ruling us, and Sam Nujoma is saying it's wrong, I agree with him. I agree with Sam Nujoma. I therefore have to join SWAPO and go to where Sam Nujoma is. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. Now, having helped us attain the freedom that we're enjoying today still, certainly was no walk in the park, particularly having had to transition from a liberation movement to a democracy, to the government of the day. From your perspective, Madam Prime Minister, which were Dr. Nujoma's key accomplishments?
I think the key accomplishments were actually to succeed to get a settlement, a ceasefire, and an agreement to have elections in Namibia. That was one of the most important achievements. And then negotiate a constitution in the Constituent Assembly, and then adopt the policy of national reconciliation. You know, those of us who lived in rural areas had experienced situations where you have two brothers that were in Kufut and two brothers that were in Plan. So we had all the ingredients of a civil war in Namibia. But because of the strategic thinking of the founding president and his team, they were able to craft a constitution and adapt policies that would ensure that we put this war behind us and we have true freedom and independence. Because you cannot have freedom when you have civil wars. You cannot have development when you have civil wars. And it also enabled us to unite. I remember even when we were in exile, waging the struggle for national liberation, SWAPO leaders went an extra mile to explain to us that we were not fighting against white people. We were fighting against the system of colonialism and apartheid and oppression. That's what we were fighting against. And when the ceasefire was agreed upon, we were told we are going home to participate in the elections, after which we will rebuild our country. Because that which we were fighting against has been brought down. So when I came to Namibia, I did not harbor hostilities against white people. I just saw them as people, fellow Namibians. And I think that was very, very important. And then there was the Vision 2030 and the national development plans that were adopted and implemented that have helped the economy of this country to grow by more than fourfold. And we improved from being a low income or rather a low middle income country to an upper middle income country. A GDP per capita improved, access to education, access to healthcare services, access to housing, access to many other critical services were improved, infrastructures were rolled out, and the economy was growing every year, except a few years when we had droughts and also when COVID came.
You're raising such a critically important point, Madam Prime Minister. What many Namibians forget is during your tenure as the Minister of Finance, this country also witnessed a budget surplus.
Yes.
But help us understand the correlation between Dr. Nujoma's blueprint for prosperity, namely Vision 2030, and the accompanying national development goals and economic growth.
Yeah, actually Vision 2030 was like the foundation. You know, it was the basis on which government policies were formulated under NDPs and implemented. So every NDP, which is a 5-year program, actually sought to take us towards the realization of Vision 2030. And in regard to that, we can see that we have surpassed many of the targets that we have set. If you look at the national rate of access to water, the national rate of access to education, the national rate of access to health care, the kind of services that are provided at our health care facilities. You can have kidney dialysis, you can have operations of all sorts and manners at our public facilities. I remember there was a situation where somebody from North America came to Namibia as a tourist, and they were involved in a car accident that was very serious, and they had to undergo treatment at our central hospital here in Windhoek. And when they returned to America, they sent a donation. They sent a donation saying, I would never have been able to access these services free of charge in my own country. I'm surprised that a country that only got independent recently can actually pull this through and provide this kind of services. We are not saying that we don't have challenges. We do have challenges. As the saying goes, development is a process. We also know that we can improve the rate at which we bring development to the country, and we are committed to doing that. But I think that it is important that we acknowledge the successes that have been realized, especially under the leadership of the founding president. And talking about the surpluses, you know, we were hard hit by the crisis in the commodity markets when I first took over as Minister of Finance. And my first budget was to reduce the allocation that was approved by Parliament at the beginning of the financial year. I remember we had to cut the budget by 12 million. So when we were preparing the budget for the next year, my team came and said, Minister, we have to cut the budget again. I said, by how much? Then they said, by something like maybe 10 or 12 or 20%. Then I said, but we can't just go on cutting and cutting the budget. Then they're like, but we don't have money. We will drive the state into indebtedness if we don't do that. I said, no, let's try to improve revenue collection. So we set out in partnership with the public audit firms to investigate companies to confirm their compliance with the tax laws, and we were able to collect much more than we had anticipated. I remember someone saying to me, the most that we can raise in additional revenue would be 100 million. We raised billions additionally, and without increasing taxes. We actually were able to realize a budget surplus and also cut the tax rates and also increase the thresholds, so which means exempt more people whose income is low from paying taxes.
More breathing space for
Namibians. More breathing spaces. And it meant that companies were able to invest more and support the growth of the economy. That was the connection. And people were able to take home more and live a more dignified life, being able to afford more of the basic services.
No small feat, Madam Prime Minister. How instrumental was Dr. Nujoma's leadership, particularly during his 15 years in office, but certainly also afterwards?
His leadership was very instrumental. First, he has been a very charismatic leader. You know, there is this story that is told of a person who used to dislike Dr. Nujoma as a president of SWAPO because he differed with SWAPO politically. But when this person met Dr. Nujoma the first time, he said, oh, all these negativities that are said about Sam Nujoma, I didn't know he's such a nice person. Because when you see him, he is joy. You know, he makes you feel appreciated, like you matter, you know, and you feel protected and cared for around him. So his charisma was very important in mobilizing Namibians to be united. But his vision, you know, he doesn't just look at tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. He looks beyond that. And then he's very particular in ensuring that we have strategies for meeting our long-term vision. And he is resilient Even if the first attempt and the second attempt does not yield you the results that you desire, he is unbroken. You know, it's as if nothing has happened.
Madam Prime Minister, let's get to that resilience in a moment. We do know that the remains that landed safely at the Grootfontein military base, they will now be transported to Grootfontein town, where the memorial service for Otjozondjupa is expected to take place at the Omlunga Stadium later today. And I want to establish the connection, the unity that the founding president stood for. You know, many say had it not been for his policy on national reconciliation, that civil war that you were talking about would have been imminent, right? These regional memorial services, how does it reflect the manner in which he stood for unity and he now returns to the people through these platforms?
Yes. In fact, the wish of the government was for the body to be taken to all the regions. But because of logistical challenges, we couldn't do that. So we decided that we would cluster the regions in groups so that the memorial service in Umsati catered for Umsati, part of Kunene, and part of Oshana. The memorial service in Enana catered for part of Oshana and Ohangwena, and even part of Oshikoto. So wherever they are going, you have many regions that are catered for. And that means also that people from different regions, people from different backgrounds would converge together to grieve together a leader who was a unifying character. So the way we are mourning him is also reflecting of the life and the values that he has cherished and that have defined his life.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. You spoke of his visionary leadership, how it was not only about today or tomorrow, but it was about the future. And if Plan A didn't work out, Plan B was always an option, and that certainly spoke to resilience. Would you like to elaborate on that, please?
Yes, I would like to elaborate on that. I remember somebody told me a story that there was this international convention where SWAPO was invited, and it was a convention for women. And at that time, SWAPO did not have too many women to be able to fill up the quota. So Dr. Nujoma, when he was told that we have to send this number of people, and people have nominated all the women, he nominated a male. And this male gentleman said politely, "Comrade President, but I am not a woman, I am a man." He said, "I know, but we have to send a delegation to optimize the opportunity for SWAPO." And then when Kasinga was hit, it is said that there was an engagement, a negotiation that was going on in New York about Namibia's independence. And the plans of the South Africans were to distract SWAPO and cause it to panic. But although he was told so many people were killed, he was still firm, you know, and very brave and uncompromising in his position that Namibia has to be free and that Namibians should be given the opportunity to govern themselves. And when we come here, when he wants to do a project, if it's a water project, he will say, we will get it from Congo and bring the water through Namibia to South Africa. So for him, nothing really is intimidating. But it also comes to people. I am told that SWAPO was once offered a program to have doctors trained in the Soviet Union. And we didn't have enough people that had finished secondary school and meeting the entry requirements for the university. So now when he was told and that we don't have people, he said, no, I will talk to Comrade Fidel. He would help to train people for us so that they finish secondary school there and then they can go to the Soviet Union. So he's just this unique person. There is nothing that you can tell him to kind of overwhelm him so that you break his spirit. He is visionary, like I said. He is fearless. He is resilient. And he is prepared to crack the egg in order to make the omelette. And that is how people like myself ended up in public life. So he saw you have been to school, you have a degree, you are going there to do this job. And if there is a correction that is needed to guide you, he gives it to you himself. Very firmly, so that you know he is serious and what you are dealing with is serious, but not in a manner that traumatizes you and breaks your spirit. And that's a very delicate balance that he was always able to achieve.
Thank you for sharing that. Now, we do know that the struggle for the liberation of this country that war was waged at two levels. One, the arms leg, of course, but certainly also to prepare the governance infrastructure so that once this country does attain independence, that we are able to rule. What has his contribution been to the governance infrastructure, fruits that we still enjoy today?
Yes, that's actually an important one, because SWAPO's programs in exile or during the struggle were very diverse. You know, you have the military front, you have the diplomatic front, but you also had educational centers in exile where people like ourselves, I was 12 years old, were sent to attend school. And then the SWAPO leaders went around to mobilize support for educational bursaries to enable us to study in universities across the world. In fact, some of the expertise that Namibia had immediately after independence were acquired through the arrangements made by SWAPO. Our first pilots, for example, were black Namibians that were trained by SWAPO. And when we were negotiating for a constitution, there was a draft that SWAPO brought. So this is all about vision. So he was saying here we are fighting for a country. Governing a country is not a walk in the park. So we must be prepared. We must have our draft constitution. We must train our people. We must work with countries that are going to help us to mentor our young ones that have graduated. And we even had a dedicated school, UNIN, in Lusaka, that was headed by the late Dr. Hage Genkop.
Yes,
and
can we get to
UNIN?
story? Indeed, can we just get to UNIN in a moment, Madam Prime Minister? We can see the visuals in Grootfontein, and that speaks of so much respect, it speaks of so much dignity. What's your take on what you're witnessing?
Yes, in fact, it speaks of so much respect, and that casket going around the country evoke so many emotions. You know, Sam Nujoma was a symbol of resilience to a point of invincibility. It was almost unbelievable when you are told Dr. Sam Nujoma has died. It's almost impossible to believe that in that casket lay Sam Nujoma, because when you listen to him speaking on radio, you see him on television, he's so full of life, so full of vigor, so full of determination. But his charisma draws people to him even in his death. You know, you see kids, children, school children crying. You see them singing. You see them chanting slogans. And that is how Dr. Nujoma inspired us when we were in exile as a 12-year-old kid. Even if you are sick with malaria, which was the case many of the times. And you are
for
told,
you as well?
For me as well. When you are told the president is coming tomorrow, even if you have to be held by your colleagues on both sides to go to that parade where the president is going, you will go. And when he speaks, you are inspired. Nothing else matters. When Sam Nujoma speaks, really, you focus and you listen to him. He is just a person that was larger than life. And I have full confidence that he will continue to live long after we have buried him.
With that casket draped in the Namibian flag, what is it that makes you the proudest to be a Namibian at this moment, Madam Prime Minister?
What makes me the proudest to be a Namibian is the fact that I have had leaders like Dr. Sam Nujoma that were prepared to give their everything so that I can be who I am today. And that they can help to develop my talents, and they can help to give me a moral compass, a set of values that makes my life worth living, that I hope would enable me to make my children and all those who look upon me as a parental figure to also feel that they are cared for, and to build on the foundation he has left behind, so that eventually we will get to where Vision 2030 wanted us to get to.
Despite the prevailing unity, that there is a sense that not all Namibians appreciate the sacrifice it did take to attain this level of freedom that we enjoy in 2025. What is it, do you believe, that needs to happen for all of us to internalize exactly what it cost to get us to where we are?
I think we need to educate our people. You know, there is so much information about the liberation struggle, the sacrifices of our leaders, that is not known to especially the young generation. And even some of us who grew up in the party, every day we are learning new things. So I think we need to educate our young ones through history, but we need also to take forward the initiatives that were left behind to make sure that we do not regress, that we can actually make progress, because the achievements that they have realized have confirmed that you can actually achieve every and anything that you set your mind out to, so long as you are determined and you are resilient, and so long as you are working with a common purpose, you know, with those with whom you belong, who are the Namibian nation. I think that is so, so, so important. This disunity, these conflicts that are superficial, that we sometimes create and hold on to, are not going to benefit anyone. You know, they will just destroy all of us.
In order to honor the legacy of Sam Nujoma, what is it that we need to do starting now?
What we need to do is, first and foremost, to work very hard, each one of us, individually and collectively, because these collective efforts that are persistent and unyielding, they pay. Yeah, that's what we need to do. And secondly, I cannot overemphasize unity. We have to be united, and then we need to be prepared for sacrifice. Nothing that is good comes easy. If we want to have the prosperity that we see in other countries, we must be prepared to work for it, and we must be prepared to endure inconveniences in order for us to get to where we want to go. And education, as the president used to say, is the key, because there is no way that you can have progress if you are not educated as a nation. In fact, you cannot point to a single country in the world that is developed in the real sense of the word and is prosperous, which has not educated its people. And that is why Dr. Nujoma did not only prioritize education for Namibians, but he himself kept learning until the end, because education is a lifelong process. You can never finish learning.
Madam Prime Minister, is there a moment, are there moments that stand out for you from the period 1990 to 2005?
Yes, there are periods that stand out for me. The first one is when I was first appointed as Director General of National Planning. And what I realized is that Dr. Nujoma is someone who has, who hardly forgets, you know? And the things that he remembers are not always the things that you think are very important and the people that are very important. No, he can see a young 12-year-old Sarah in Lubango and will still be able to remember that Sarah 10 years later. So that says something. He's a very down-to-earth person. He pays attention to the smallest detail. And I remember when I was told, you are called to go to State House by the president, I asked this person, did the president say send one staff member there, or he said send Sarah Kuongerwa? Because I'm thinking, where does the president know me? So the president remembers that I had gone to study in the United States of America. He remembered what I studied. And he remembered when he was assigning responsibilities that I can assign this young person. The second one is what I said, his mentorship. He was not expecting that they would just be experienced people who were mentored by other people. So he realizes if I have to eat an omelette, I have to break the egg and I have to fry that egg, to cook that egg. And there is this young person here who is a university graduate. I will take this person and I will mentor this person. And he will ask, where are you? Have you done this one? How have you done it? No, this is wrong. You must do it this way. So he really just took time to mentor people. And it was not only me, but many other people. But what is also important is when you remember Sam Nujoma, the leader of the revolution, at the height of the struggle, when he was mobilizing us and inspiring us to go out there and fight this oppressive regime of racists. And the next thing you see him after independence, he realizes the war is over. Now all Namibians are Namibians and they are all under my care. And then you see him, he is with black people and white people and colored people the same way. So that is leadership, really, where you focus yourself on what needs to be done. You are not operating on the basis of emotions. That is something that is very, very striking in Dr. Sam Nujoma, and something that I can learn from. I think it is very important at the end of the day. And the way that he pays attention to individuals, his empathy, because it is said when you are a leader, it is as much important for you to pay attention to the needs of the people that you are working with as it is to get the task done. Because if you get carried out in just getting the task done and you are not paying attention to the needs of the people, they will break down, they will rebel, and all sorts of things. And then you will not have a team that you need to have in order to achieve your objectives.
I'm so happy you're raising that. Is there a specific incident? Is there a specific memory that comes up as far as his compassionate side, his empathetic side is concerned?
His empathetic side and his compassionate side is Dr. Nujoma would attend the funerals of his clan fighters, and he would participate in the night vigil. The first time, you see, in the culture of the Awambo people and also other communities in Namibia, there are these vigils where people stay up the whole night until the morning singing. And when one of his commanders, I'm sure he has done that for many others, Dr. Nujoma went to the village and was sitting there with the people from 6 o'clock when he arrived until 7 o'clock the next morning, singing the songs. And Dr. Nujoma would sponsor the education of his soldiers that have fallen or that did not get jobs, their education. Dr. Nujoma would assist when somebody's house is damaged and they need to repair it. Dr. Nujoma would, I remember, even when I had my baby, Dr. Nujoma came to the house according to tradition to see the baby, and he sat there with his entourage. And I was asking myself, a whole president, saw it necessary to just come and say, I see you, you are celebrating a life, I want to celebrate with you. When you are mourning, he comes, I will mourn with you. When you are doubtful, he will tell you, no, you don't do that, you do this. He takes time to correct you to the details. And you would expect that maybe he will say, oh, but how can she do that? She's not that smart after all. She's undeserving to be there. No, he will tell you what you do. And when next time you do it right, he will say, wonderful. And you really leave feeling inspired and emboldened to try more and more things and achieve greater and greater results. And that's why we are here.
Now, Madam Prime Minister, as the procession is currently getting underway from the Grootfontein Air Base to Grootfontein Town, we do know that at the tender age of 94 last year, Dr. Nujoma also sat at the main vigil, the main memorial service, on the 24th of February 2024, today a year ago. And that service that lasted several hours, but he was there to say goodbye to his first Prime Minister at the time. You shared with us earlier that if one does something wrong, he would also reprimand you to make sure that you are back on course. President Thabo Mbeki, in an interview with SABC, remembered him as a straight talker, someone who didn't beat about the bush or mince his words. Would you like to talk to us about that quality, please?
Yes. I remember one time, and this was about another person. We were in a meeting of the party leadership. And there was this debate about the very sensitive topic, somebody that was expelled from the party because of something they did. And Dr. Nujoma sat patiently and gave each person that asked for the floor an opportunity to speak and said nothing himself for the longest time. And then somebody got emotional as they took the floor. They say, yeah, this happened to me and that happened to me, and that is why I did this, because I was feeling like this. So the founding president looked at that person and said, comrade, so you mean the whole time we were in exile, when we were sending you to represent us here, when I gave you this task, it is that kind of thing that you are talking about that has been in your heart? I mean, that stunned that person. They could not respond, and all of us the room was quiet. You could hear a pin fall. I mean, the way he would make you realize the wrongfulness of your action without calling you names, without threatening you, you know, I am sure that that comrade really realizes the wrongfulness of his action. But with me, I also remember even when I started, I was told that my office is going to be somewhere. I went to the office. There was someone who was working before me, and the person asked, I need some days in order to clear my desk. So I need this number of days. So I said, okay. I mean, I'm young, kind of naive. And so I went my own way, waiting for the person to finish working. And then the president, after 3 or 4 days, called me. Where are you? I know I'm way. Why are you not at the office? Because the comrade there needs a number. I said, no. Now. Go to your office. So I went to the office. I had to give space. I had to give space to the other comrade to pack their things. But I was at the office. And then when also people went for inauguration, I was not at the stadium for inauguration. So he realized that I was not there. After the inauguration, he called me, where are you? No, I'm at home. No, you must come to the office so that you can be sworn in. So the point is, he really just goes to the level of a parent. He is not this person who is so conscious of their importance in society. He sees himself, I think, first and foremost, as a leader rather than as a ruler, you know, and as a parent, and is prepared to guide. And these are useful lessons that we learn from him.
Indeed. Thank you so much for that. Now we'll cross over to colleague Faith Songkwasa in the Otjozondjupa region for a moment. We understand, Madam Prime Minister, that our colleagues are not ready yet. We'll join them in a moment. But this father figure became a grandfather figure and a great-grandfather figure for those of us who are younger. And that's part of the legacy that many Namibians will hold on to. Speak to us about that.
Yes, this father figure, for me, as a person who joined the struggle at a tender age, it came naturally before I even was familiar with his character, you know. In fact, as I said, Dr. Sam Nujoma was the only SWAPO leader that I knew before I went into exile. Although not personally, I knew his name. I have seen his image in the photos. And so when I arrived in exile, I remember one time we were saying amongst ourselves with other kids, we have now been in SWAPO for months, but we have not seen Comrade Sam Nujoma. And so we were saying, are we sure we are not in the wrong place? Is this really the SWAPO that we went abroad to join? And when he comes, the way he relates to you, each according to your age, each according to your level of understanding, you know, and the small goodies that he brings, if it's sweets, you know, if it is some other necessities, I think that consolidates the feeling that you have a father figure. And when we would pass through the transit camp in Rwanda, this is now a SWAPO camp that was on the outskirts of Rwanda, and he would come to the transit camps, he would take time to counsel us, to advise us the way that your father would do. You go there, you cannot just be drinking alcohol, you cannot just be dating, you are very young, you must study very hard, and you must get qualifications so that you come back to Namibia and to SWAPO and then to Namibia when we are free and rebuild our country. I remember when I was in Sierra Leone, I had these parents that were loving, these foster parents. And my foster mother said to me, after I had finished my secondary school, Sarah, we love you. We want to adopt you. Just stay with us. But because of this counseling that I was given by the founding father, even at that age, I was about 18, 19 when I finished my secondary school, I felt, I love you very much, Mommy, but I came here to study and go back to join the others to fight. If I don't go back, I will be betraying the struggle, you know. So, but he never told me it will be a betrayal, Sarah, if you don't come back. But the way he said it and the way he himself behaved, it instilled that in me. And I always say that when you are a good leader, when you are a good shepherd, your animals that you are shepherding would know what time you collect them to take them to the kraal. They will know what time you open the kraal so that they can go grazing. They know what time they go to drink water. They know to return, even if you don't go and fetch them. And that is how we were in SWAPO. Because of that mentorship, we will go, you go to Nigeria, Sierra Leone, you go to America, but you still bring yourself back to SWAPO, where sometimes there is not enough food, and where the South Africans can come and bombard the place and you can die because of the effective leadership of leaders like Dr. Nujoma. So that is really the impact. And I remember when we are now passing through transit, he will come, he will greet us. If he has a soap, he will give you that soap, you know, and it's very moving. And when sometimes he has to open his wallet, maybe he has given $20 to this one, $20 to another one. A third one comes, he looks into his wallet and there is nothing left. And he looks distraught, the same way that a father would look like when they are not able to provide everything for their children. So really, he is a person who convinces you by their action that he genuinely cares about Namibia.
What will you miss most about him, Madam Prime Minister?
Yeah, what I miss most about him is just his caring character. You know, even when he's old and frail, when you go there, even if you are troubled, you have this feeling that someone cares. You have this feeling that someone cares. And what I miss also about him is his determination, because even if you are facing a dire situation, you have confidence that you will pull through. And that's very important for people to have hope. You know, because when people lose hope, there is no strength to carry on, and there is also no motivation for people to do what is right. But when you have hope, then you know that even if you don't realize the result in your tenure or in your lifetime, the results would be realized. And that's how we felt when we were in exile. Like I said, I never thought I would ever come back to Namibia, but I never had any doubt that Namibia would be free because of the way that he inspires and motivates people. And of course, his bravery. If all of us can be so brave, if all of us can be so selfless, if all of us can be so innovative, if all of us can be so empathetic, you know, I don't think there would be a person that would suffer in Namibia, because if everybody can give the little that they have in whatever way, then everybody would be provided for.
What do you believe the end of this era, this immense loss, means for Namibia and her people?
You know, there is a saying that goes that there is a silver lining in every cloud. Sometimes,
particularly a dark cloud.
Yes,
yeah.
A dark cloud. There is always a silver lining around that cloud. And when you combine that with the fact that we have had leaders like him that were exemplary, they have set the example for us. Because sometimes you see people who are good, who have good intentions, but they have no examples to imitate. We have many examples from him that are worth imitating. And then we have a solid foundation to build on. So this is an end of an era. As it is said, he was the last man standing of all the leaders of the national liberation movements in Southern Africa. He was the last one that was living. He is now departing. So that's an end of a chapter. But he leaves behind a rich legacy. And I want to encourage Namibians to really hold on to this legacy, uphold it, so that we can also make him as proud as I'm sure he has made our forebearers. Like I said, you know, they fought a tough war against the colonizers as they were coming to our land. They were killed in the process. A whole 100 years passed before freedom came. But he was one of those who said, we will follow in the footsteps of our forebearers, and we will not be enslaved in our own land.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. Now, we'll also, during the course of the morning, cross over to our colleague Evelyn Polis, who's stationed at the Circle D830 Road and Kavango Road, waiting for the procession that is en route from the airbase to ultimately make its way to the Umlunga Stadium, where the 5th memorial service will be taking place later today. We'll take a short breather and then we continue our engagement with the Prime Minister. Moving scenes of the procession currently underway in Grootfontein. Now we cross over to our colleague Evelyn Polis, who's stationed at the Circle D830 Road, Kavango Road, waiting for the procession, alongside camera operator Connie Kapepu.
We are currently on the D380 road, in the Kavango Road. That is on the road as you enter Grootfontein from Windhoek at the circle. Of course, school kids are here lined up waiting on the procession to arrive. We also have a number of kids that are willing to speak to us to just tell us how they received the news of the passing of the late founding president. As we wait on the procession, we know kids are excited after hearing the news that the procession is going to be here any minute, and they are just waiting on seeing that. We also have 3 kids on standby just to tell us how they feel about losing the founding president.
My name is Magnelli Katoma. Knowing that this news has reached us, it has really left us in a shocking state and an emotional state. Knowing that our late founding father, His Excellency Dr. Nujoma, has left us, and we are not only mourning, but we are celebrating his legacy as the son of the Swede and returns back to the Swede, and it has left us as a country and a nation emotional.
My name is Joseph Ingo, and I'm an LRC at Grootfontein Secondary School. Hearing the news about our late president's death was shocking and unbelievable, because for me personally, we came from the same region, and that's Umsati. And as you can see, we are all here paying our tribute and to commemorate his hard work. Of justice.
Our apologies for the breakup in that transmission. That was colleague Evelyn Polis engaging pupils of Grootfontein Secondary School. Madam Prime Minister, as we're starting to wrap up our conversation, we appreciate you. We appreciate your time. We're very happy you returned to Namibia. But do you have a message for your fellow 3 million Namibians during this very difficult time, against the backdrop of the dark cloud with the silver lining that you had mentioned earlier, please?
Yes, I would say to fellow Namibians, let us take courage. I know that these are difficult times when we are bidding farewell to our founding father, let us do so in a respectful and in an atmosphere of unity, because these are the values that he cherished. And let us recommit ourselves to upholding the values that he sacrificed his youth for, and make Namibia a united, strong, and prosperous country, because that is the only way that we can repay him for all the sacrifices that he's made.
Any final thoughts from your side, Madam Prime Minister?
Yeah, and my final thought is we as Namibian women value the way the founding president has advocated for gender equality and the women empowerment. And we know that it is because of his advocacy and his steadfastness that women have been supported to take their rightful place in leadership, in SWAPO, in government, and also in the country. We are on a good trajectory in that regard, and we should keep up with it. As the founding president used to say, when you empower a man, you empower an individual. But when you empower a woman, you empower a family and a community. So let us invest in our women. After all, we are only 3 million, and we cannot afford to waste any talent. We need everybody's talent. We need everybody's contribution for us to achieve the goals that we have set for ourselves. If we do that, definitely our founding father will never die. We may not see him physically, we may not hear his voice directly, but he would live not only through the legacy he has left behind, but he would live through our own actions to give realization to the goals and values that he has cherished.
Madam Prime Minister Tapandula Unene.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ewa. They have it, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, calling on all Namibians to be united as we mourn the death and celebrate the life of Namibia's founding president and the father of the Namibian nation. We now cross over again to colleague Evelyn Polis and Konika Pepu.
The procession is on its way to the Stadium, where the memorial will be held later today. As you can see, it's in the background. It's already nearing us, and of course the school kids are here standing along the road just to see, the casket and to wave their flags in respect of the late founding president. Of course, we will be following the procession until the stadium, just to show you the viewers as to what exactly is happening currently here at the circle on the road.
Welcome back. You tune into a very special Joburg broadcast where we continue to pay homage to the life and legacy of the founding president and the father of the Namibian nation. Colonel, we're going to cross over to colleague Faith Sonkwasa in a moment, but just in about a minute or so's time, tell us where we are about with the procession going through Grootfontein?
Yes, you have witnessed the arrival of the casket at Grootfontein Air Base, where it was received officially by Professor Peter Kachavivi, the Speaker of National Assembly. Currently, they are in Nujoma Street, heading to the procession is now in the location, and then it will make a turn into Engelbert Garisap Street, and then into another street called Wilfried Ehab, before it can reach Omolonga Stadium.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you very much.
And also at Grootfontein, you have seen all the units, all co-located units within the Army headquarters. They all came and form up in along the street and pay their last respect to the Commander-in-Chief, the late Dr. Semshafishula Nujoma.
Indeed moving and quite precious. Now, at this juncture, we now cross over to our colleague Faith Sankwasa.
Yes, yes, we are at the corner of Engelhard, Garisab, and Wilbert Ego Ward Street. This is the junction where the procession is then taking its last route to Omolonga Stadium. As you can see, the convoy is en route. The public is there. It's raining. They are braving it through. Yes. They are making their final stretch to Omolonga Stadium. The casket armored vehicle has passed through also. The public is surrounding us also, as you can see. It's drizzling.
Thank you, colleague Faith Sankwasa. Colonel, despite the rain, as you had said at the start of the day already, it's an eventuality that is not a crisis. It's a matter that has been dealt with. The procession is continuing well on its way to Omolonga Stadium, where the 5th Regional Memorial Service is scheduled to take place soon.
Although it's raining, we have seen this also in Rundu, Kavango East. The public were still determined to make a big number to the stadium. So raining, these are showers that will have a last memory of the residents of Grootfontein to say, okay, we got that blessings when the founding father casket came here on that specific day. We also received some showers, and those showers are blessings that they are also getting from the founding father. So we still believe that they will make their numbers, their ways to the stadium of Omolonga.
Now, what we have indeed seen earlier is how it's not a long journey, and the procession is moving quite swiftly, and there are members of the public lined up on some streets despite the weather conditions, and it's not going to be long before they reach Omolonga Stadium.
No, not at all, because it's very, very close. They are already facing the direction of Omolonga Stadium, and then the whole town of Grootfontein we have deployed army soldiers who are serving as street lining or route lining, and they are on attention. They've adopted an attention position, which they pay a respect and honor to the late Dr. Semshafishuna Nujoma. Until at the stadium, you will see them street lining throughout, and we'll also see the same process in other regions.
Thank you, Colonel.
Yes.
At this juncture, we now cross over to our colleague Ndishishiam Fungu, who is at the Omolonga Stadium. Colleague, it's over to you. Welcome back. You tuned into a very special tribute broadcast as we continue to pay homage to the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president and the father of the Namibian nation. Colonel, we do know that the 5th memorial service scheduled for Otjozondjupa will be underway soon. Your final thoughts at this juncture?
Yes, we have witnessed the arrival of the casket at Omolonga Stadium, whereby the 2 NDF chaplains, that's Lieutenant Colonel Simon Hamukonda and Flight Officer Petrus Nekwaya. He's the chaplain from the Namibian Air Force, and the other one is from Namibian Army, leading the procession in front today. So what we are expecting now is for the official program to start off, and the people of Otjozondjupa region, part of Maheke, part of Oshikoto, are going now to attend this procession or this program, and until in the late maybe afternoon, when the casket will be still here until tomorrow morning, whereby the public can still come and pay their last respect. We have seen also the turnout of members of the public in big numbers. Even those who are at home, they were just waiting for the casket to pass by.
Despite the rain.
They will still make their ways to the stadium and attend the official memorial service and also pay their last respect. So let's continue celebrating the legacy of our founding father, Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma. May his soul rest in peace.
Colonel Tapandulo Nene, thank you for your time, thank you for sharing expertise, thank you for your patience, thank you for holding space for us for this very specialized repeat.
Will be always at the disposal of the nation and to serve the nation of this country. I thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Colonel Petrus Shilumbu from the Namibian Defence Force, helping us understand what exactly is unfolding in real time. And we now cross over to